Hello everybody and welcome back to Middle Earth. Welcome back to Landscapes of Middle Earth. Now I don't know if you can see the little reference pictures down in the corners. I know it's hard to see on a phone, but we're gonna try and paint a Lothlorien type of a scene. Now of course our last Landscape of Middle Earth was a little bit of Isengard right here. Now this is gonna be a much different type of scene. We have a lot of kind of interior lighting. You don't have a kind of that dramatic sun type of a light source. We've had that mostly on some of our previous landscapes here. I know we did that on the Rivendell one where we had light coming from kind of the side over here. In some ways with this, it's almost like it's, I don't want to say self-generated, but it's kind of coming from within, right? And again, check out that, especially that one over there. So you have sort of these structures, and what we want to do is have a little bit of that light showing. So I'm going to get to my reference here real quick if I can find that. There we go. We have to sort of compress things a little bit compositionally. Hey, Valfera, how you doing? So yeah, actually, Valfera, this was the here. So this was that painting contest that we had to do. Uh, whatever the speed paint thing for Gen Con. So that's all over with. We just try to get everything back back to for this, getting the camera where it needs to be, the lights and Twitch and everything else. Hopefully you're doing okay. Of course, Velfer, I'm completely, my brain is saying it's Tuesday. It ain't Tuesday, right? Or Thursday or whatever. It's Friday. So yeah, this is really going to confuse the heck out of me. I hope that you're doing okay. And oh, looky here. What is this? What is all this stuff right here? Well, as people wondering, we are going to be talking about this a bunch. Taking our 5x7, we are divvying up into these 9 little rectangles, which are basically miniature 5x7s. If you see that, it's they're all pretty much 5x7. So in a reduced size, we want these. See where these circles are right here? That's where we're looking to have center of interest. So again, as you look at this one over here, hey Preach, how you doing? It's Saturday for Preach already though. Yeah, actually, I gotta look and see. I don't think they're playing the finals tonight. I'm pretty sure that that's gotta be tomorrow. So let me just I'm looking at my AFL news here. So let me see if I can actually get to the new. Here we go. Anyways, you can see that the main event of that thing over there is kind of off to this side. So right around here is where you're gonna have the main all the stuff. Oh, sorry. I'm looking. I saw these followers. I'm like, oh yeah. Well, that was that was that was a couple hours ago. All right. So I guess that's tonight. I guess that's tonight. 4:15 a.m. my time is going to be the finals. So, and it looks like the D's are the favorite in that. So back to our regular stuff here. Hey, Amastig, how you doing? So I hope that you're doing okay. A Preach Page, same for you, and Velfera. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put those 9 little well here. Let's even use this one here as a little bit of a guide. Why not do something like that? So there we go. Let's get some lines in here so we can start doing some drawing. Now I apologize that I didn't get to do the stream Thursday night. And again, Amastig, I hope that you're doing well. I was about to. I had everything set up, and then, well, confluence of things. Of course, we had to get Kathy packed, and there was a lot of extra mayhem there that I wasn't expecting. And then on the better side, we had Medbury Miniatures contact us, and well, let's just say I spent about 3 hours messaging back and forth with Medbury Miniatures, and actually, let me see if I can. Is this their stuff here? Nope, this might be it.
Say we all.
Hey, Captain Caveman, thank you so much for that sub. That is 10 months worth of subbing. We'll take that. Thank you so much. So, Captain Caveman, I hope that you're doing well and maybe you got yourself a fun weekend planned. So, well, this was stuff that I had just gotten. A little bit of Dull Amaroth right here. Yeah, a wee bit of Dull Amaroth. You'll kind of recognize the Dull Amaroth type shields there. Probably using those as either men-at-arms or Citadel Guard, something like that. Let's see, trying to break the funk, but now I should consider waiting for the new paint to arrive. Well, geez, Armistice. Oh, now, I think you've seen some of the armies that I've done where to distinguish between units, I actually did different color schemes. So who knows? Maybe you could try doing some of your units in the box art color scheme if you like it better, or I don't know. I have done different color schemes within the same army. I know that my I almost said my Mongolians, my Kandish forces will be at least three different color schemes to represent different tribes. My lizardmen, everything was different. Even my Tomb Kings, everybody was painted a different color, believe it or not. So Captain Caveman, thank you so much. Now again, we've got these four areas. Where was it at Isengard? Kind of figure this was our main focus area here, and it sort of roughly fell where one of these lines go. We don't want it in the middle. We don't want it in the sides or up in the corners, right? Hey, Chapman, how you doing? And Steelhead, nice to see you too. So let's get down to doing a little bit of drawing, at least just to start positioning some things. So I've got to start positioning all of these elements here. Now, actually, check this out. I'll have to do this myself here. Hey, Mose, Magic, nice to see you again. Now, check this out. There you go. So that link is a piece of terrain that I basically made based on kind of the whole Lothlorien theme right there. Preach, it does not have any influence over that. The thing that's going to actually have the most influence over it is the paint itself. Certain colors are just going to have a little bit more of a gloss to them. Now, I don't really use, oh, what the heck is it called? Ultramarine blue is one. There's alizarin crimson, that's another color. Reds, just for whatever reason, they sometimes tend to have a little bit of a glossiness to them. Now, I don't really utilize those, so it's never really been much of an issue for me. But that's really going to come more from the paint itself rather than, say, anything that you do with the thinner or anything like that. It's for bolt action, but thankfully the Soviets were not exactly known for their standardization. Well, geez, Amish Stig, boy, I don't know if you'll be able to see it from, actually, well, we're almost actually kind of closer to the bolt action stuff. I don't know if you can see it here, but you've got every coat is a different color. Some are more of a grayish green, some are more of a grayish brown, some are very dark brown, some are almost that light tan. So my Soviet army has just so many different colors on the coats. They're coats of many colors. How does that sound, Amish Stig? So, Bose, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, I guess later tonight is going to be the doggies playing the D's in the grand final there in Aussie rules football. So I guess, wow, it's going to be quite a late day from. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a very long, long day for me. Oh my goodness. Well, here, let's reduce the size of this a little bit. Going to be a very long date, but that helps make it better. When Sarge says, here, have some bits. When Sarge says, fire up some Lucky Charms. Thanks, Sarge. Appreciate them Lucky Charms. We could definitely use a bunch of those. So again, I was just doing this on the Gen Con thing right here. So this was a speed painted thing. I believe we had about maybe an hour, but I spent, you'll be hugely surprised to say that I spent parts of that hour doing other stuff like showing things. We even did a film noir during the session there. So yeah, we even did film noir. All right, let's have a tree kind of go up this away here, like so. So Sarge, I hope that both you and the hound continue to heal up there and get better. Because I mean, as comical as it is with the whole, the family that limps together, stays together, all that kind of stuff, we don't want you guys having to deal with limping around for too long. That's no bueno right there. So let's see, where do we want this? Boy, these are all kind of stacked one on top of the other here. So yeah, let's just have that go here. And now it's sort of well built around this malor tree. That's what they call them, right? Malor trees, not melon trees. Melon tree sounds a little bit different than I think. It sounds a bit more tropical or something. I don't know. It sounds like they should be picking cantaloupes or something. I don't know if I want two of that. Maybe we try two of these. Is that going to be just too much? That's going to be too much there. We're going to simplify. We are already making a little bit of an adjustment on this. We are going to simplify here. I hope that everybody had themselves a decent day so far. Again, it was a little bit of mayhem earlier today. I think we're working on about 2 hours of sleep or something like that. So if we say something that makes no sense whatsoever, that might just have something to do with it. But then that doesn't necessarily, that's not like that's unusual. Ah, that's what this is. Okay, that's actually a dormer off of this thing. I'll be jiggered. Okay, so that is one big roof. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna cut this off here. I'm just kind of learning what the architecture actually is right here. So we'll just call that a dormer. And there's actually two of these buggers. Interesting. So a dormer number one. I was wondering how the heck you could see both sides of the same thing. That is why. All right, so I think that's making a little more sense. So I guess Armored Wolf has been doing okay. Uh, he says that well, they have I believe exceeded, not quite like Dragon Con where it was just like record shattering, but they have exceeded I think what they've done so far basically by this point in 2019. So even that even that is good news. So healed up, but I have to see if I have what's going around now in order to return to work. Boy, gee whiz, Sarge. Wait a minute, I thought you had the all clear on that. I don't know why, unless something has kind of popped up since then. But boy, yeah, I thought you had all the all clears on that. The whole post ReaperCon thing. And I guess the other thing too is, well, apparently, I don't know. I guess they're going to be doing a Bones 6 because, wow, yeah, why not? Why not have Bones 12? Why not have it all going all at the same time? That is just absolutely insane. I'm going to change that too. And then we're also going to say hello to Queez, you and Megan. How you doing? As well as Sleepy Slang. Thank you so much. That's 17 months. Boy, there, right there, that's almost 2 kids worth right there. I'm also hoping that maybe the cats are pretty much in the final stage of their whole we're gonna start getting along type of thing, because it does seem like they are. We got Toad Prince Kempington. Thank you so much, Toad Prince. I appreciate that. All the subs mean a lot. Means a lot because that's what keeps us in paint, and well, especially experimental type paint. And you know, we actually got to start stocking up on some more of these, don't we? We actually need to get ourselves some more of those. So the daughter just got that positive reading, so work won't let me back till you get a negative. Well, Sarge, we are all gonna hope for a neg for you. I mean, yeah, it's weird. It always sounds weird, you know, like I want a negative result. It's like, man, why do you want a the whole idea of negative results seems contrarian, but we do hope that you get yourself that neg that you're looking for, because it's just now, of course, you wouldn't mind having the whole extra time to actually be able to paint some of those things you're printing up. But I think you would want to do that a different way, right? Pretty sure you want to do that some other way. Thank you so much, Queez, for the gifty sub to Sleepy. Thank you very much. So, Toad Prince, I hope you're doing well. Now, again, this was last week's right here, and I do apologize. This was supposed to happen last night, but just there was a little too much craziness. Now, of course, a good chunk of that was good, so we'll take that, and we'll also take a little bit of biddies from Megan. Thank you so much. That is appreciated. We need some of that. So about Sarge is about 99% sure that you're gonna have shall we say, a little extra hobby time. Now, well, so Sarge, let's plan ahead. Uh, what 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 are you planning to paint with some of your bonus time? I mean, you might as well just start planning this out. So, what were you thinking of working on with your, well, shall we say, suddenly enforced vacation time? I mean, you got the printer going, right? I'm sure you have tons of things you can paint there. Hopefully, you got stuff that's already prepped and ready to go so that you can just maximize, boom, dive right in, right? So again, thanks, thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate that. Now here we're gonna have to, in some cases, I think, do a little bit of simplification on some of these things. Oh, this wow, looks like this staircase comes down this way and then comes down this way, but also sort of interesting the way that works. Okay, I thought it was all just kind of on the side, but it's not just. Wow. Okay, we have ourselves another bit of a stairway, like right over here. This is wow. This would be a heck of a piece of terrain to have to make right here. Oh my goodness. Wow, that would be very, very complex. And I'm also going to take some of that tree and push it this way, I think. So Toad Prince just got the same sudden vacation time. Now, I guess my concern is, do they kind of say, oh, well, this is your fault, so we're going to penalize you or something like that? Or do they just say, okay, well, you know, things going to happen, and well, that just happened, and they just sort of say, well, okay, we'll see you when you see you. That's my big concern there, is just folks being penalized for something they didn't really want, right? Hey, Happy Heretic, how you doing? Looking at doing the Reaper bust of Angelica Fairweather. Geez, Sarge, I don't remember ever, well, huge surprise. I don't remember ever seeing a Reaper bust. Yeah, I don't, well, again, I haven't really seen much anything since Bones 1 or Bones 1.5. So, not a huge surprise. Not a huge surprise at all. So I think I'm going to do something like this here. This is all such a light and airy construction right here. And we'll have this go this way. Also this way. So Happy Heretic, I hope that you're doing well. Let's see, if I'm out more than 8 days, I get paid, but 60% of a 40-hour week. Yeah, Sarge, that is a no bueno. I don't know, is it just, because I've seen some people posting, Facebook things kind of saying, well, I was neg, and then I don't know, something tells me, uh, telling you, man, I'm just, well, whatever. We'll just leave it at that. We are going to leave it right there. Now, especially since Kathy is at DragonCon right, or no, Gen Con right now. Hopefully, nothing weird happens there. Let's see. So let's also, Sleepiest thing is watch so many VODs and you're there all the time. So thanks for watching the VODs there, Sleepiest thing. It does make a difference. I mean, obviously, Twitch doesn't really give you any kind of a reward or anything like that. But it's nice to know that all of the the making the highlights and all that kind of stuff is helpful. So here I'm just trying to get the roof texture down, the which way we need to be going here with our, oops, nope. Well, I guess it does do that. I'll be doggone. This is very, very tricksy here. This is going to be a very tricksy little hobbit, this one. It's almost a little bit like a rose window here. Lots of, well, huge surprise, lots of filigree, right? Tons and tons of filigree here for elfy things. Now, there's also another one of these little whatevers that's positioned right around here, over here, there. So Sleepy Slang does well. Sleepy Slang workin' is lurkin', and especially if you're lurking while working. Which way? How should that enter these things? I don't know. We'll just have it be like this. Maybe we even have a little bit of foliage go there. Let's see if we can start to do some branches going this way. And Happy here, I think gonna do the sub thing too. Thank you so much. That is 2 months in a row, a September anniversary. Thank you so much. That is appreciated. So think of this. Just turn it over this way, and we have our quadrants, right? And instead of, this was our center of interest area, just kind of flip it over, and that's what we're doing over here. So we're gonna we're gonna be making use of the radiance here, I think, again, just for funsies here. So these are the ones that were sent by Grim. Hopefully Grim is able to join us. No, thanks, Sarge. I'll have to check. Oh, I'll have to check that out. I'm sure it's going to be one that I look at and go, oh yeah, that would be really cool to paint. And well, so Megan, I didn't give away what you were doing. I just, in a moment of fatigue, I almost just accidentally kind of went, hey, and oh, nope, can't say anything about that. That's supposed to be a surprise. So I did manage to not blow up your surprise. Just oh my goodness, that's what happens when you don't ever get a chance to sleep there. So Bianca's, once I started doing things like Twitch and the YouTube channel, there was no time to do the blog. The other problem is that all the different Facebook groups, for whatever reason, they would not let me post links to the blog anymore, even though the blog was mostly just tutorials. Yeah, all these Facebook groups said, oh, we don't want anybody posting things to our art site. Because basically, if you posted a link to your blog, it was like you were selling something. So that was bad. And they said no links to blogs or anything like that. And if I didn't do those, nobody bothered to go look at the blog stuff. So there was kind of no point to doing the blog anymore, sadly. And since we're doing the Twitch thing, think of it as like a live streaming blog, pretty much. A lot of the stuff that I would do on the blog, we just kind of do here. Let me see. It says, so sleep. So Happy Heretic, I almost thought you said sleep is for the weak, meaning like you get to sleep for an entire week. And I said, oh, wow, that's, where do I sign up for that? That sounds really good. That sounds really good. So yeah, that's what I thought you said. But instead, it's more like what you actually meant, like sleep. What is this thing called sleep? What is this? I am unfamiliar with this topic of which you speak. This thing called sleeping. What is that? I just want to get caught up here on the chat. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, sleep for an entire week. Who wouldn't mind sleeping for an entire week? That sounds quite good to me. So again, we're doing a little bit of a decor thing over here, whatever, well, whatever that is. We won't bother drawing in all the banisters and stuff. Well, I guess we will just kind of indicate that there's some banisters here so that we don't forget about these things. We'll just slop in something right there. And it looks like there's another little, very delicate piece of tracery right over there. Here, let's see if we can reinforce a couple of lines here. But those malware trees, they have sort of a really interesting, kind of unique structure to them. Let's see. So we will get to a little bit of Moria in just a second here. I just want to see where we're at. Now, of course, you know, actually I can do what really lurks in Lothlorien right now anyways. All right, here, let's, so this is, check this out. This was a piece of terrain based on, again, well, obviously Lothlorien. Let's see. Oh yeah, the a Badger fact. That's how I learned about the MIG ammo one-shot primers. Actually, Badger Steineres. That's how I saw that. So here we're gonna now, of course, you know, Sauron says, "You know what the dwarves disturbed." That he says, "I know why you're afraid." Gandalf, the fool. The dwarves, they were too greedy. They dug too deep. They found something, something in Moria, something that you don't want to see. Why? Because it would be mimes. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. Yeah, they have chef's hats too. Check this out. They have top hats. Yes, chef's hats, top hats, berets, and striped shirts. Charles de Gaulle, he's the coach. Look at that. And yeah, that's a fleur de lis. I actually did make a field for these guys. It was kind of a marble type of thing, and then you had the fleur de lis there. Of course, well, cave trolls, right? These are more like sommelier trolls. Think of these as wine connoisseur trolls. Not very into the blocking or the tackling, but they really are in for a Chablis, a Pinot Noir, something like that, you know. Now, these guys were all done in 2006. That was before the days of things like plastic goblins and all that sort of stuff. So these were all done the kind of the old-fashioned way, basically ripping apart metal figures one finger at a time or one foot at a time, and then turning them into well, little little tiny mime. Well, maybe not so little, I suppose. Maybe they're not as little. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there now. Yes, I think we are. All right. So again, I'm just trying to get a couple of more darks here on my drawing. Think this will probably be changed over the course of our little exercise right here. I'm just trying to take a look at how some of the, wow, there's like stairs that go up into this thing. That's pretty wild. So yeah, I tried taking a look at this. Oh, we also have hard to tell if those are wood or if that's just I think that's just foliage. Yeah, there's just like Spanish moss kind of stuff just kind of hanging down here. So that should be interesting doing that. Yep, Valfera, just a little bit of a, they had to draw out some defenses where they were going to set up all the invisible boxes and that sort of thing. You know how that goes. They had to figure out where the invisible boxes are going to go. All right, let's get ourselves bigger brush here. We need something nice and big. I don't know. That's not quite big enough. Let's get up something even bigger. Oh, look at this. We got one of these flats. It's a Royal Langnickel here. It's a number 12 flat. So Valfair, I don't know if you just saw the link that I. Oh, you mean the? Do you mean the stadium there? Or do you mean this? Because well, I did make this out of Sculpey, believe it or not. Now here, we're gonna get into the Radiance real quick. I think I'm also gonna use a wee spot of our thinner here too. Yeah, let's use a little bit of our thinner here. And we're just gonna go nice and here, let's get some of this over here too. So yeah, Velfira, just take a look at that link that I just posted up there. That's to the blog. And I made, basically called it, what was it, Elven Century Post or something like that. So we actually made something quite similar to this. It was obviously kind of inspired by that. All right, let's get a smidge of some of our turquoise up here. And we'll just scumble that in. We're doing the scumble. Everybody loves the scumble, of course. Let's see. Let me see. So I think we're caught up there. So right now, yeah, that was I didn't even use tin foil or anything like that to fill in the weight. Not like what we did on, of course, this, where most of the interior of this is actually tin foil. So yeah, this that that tree was solid Sculpey. Obviously, we would take a different approach today. You live and you learn, right? You live and you learn. Here, let's maybe get the slightest touch of some violets in here. Not quite the flower. Just a smidge of our Egyptian violet. And again, we're just going to scumble some of this in here. Oh, thanks, Piakis. Yeah, it's kind of funny because this right here is the top edge to me. That is, what is that? That's your left-hand side. To me, that's the top edge, which I always kind of find amusing. So yeah, that's actually the top edge for me. For you, or no, yeah, for top edge for me. And of course, that's why we always refer to this as down here. Even though for you, that's the right-hand side. For me, that is down here in the left-hand corner. All right, let's grab a little bit more of our turquoise and put some of that here too. All right, Sarge. Well, you have a good dinner. We're just getting started here. The fun just begins. Oh yeah, yeah. We need some more of that here too. Maybe a little bit right there. Let a little turquoise get in there. Okay, let's start to put in some of the background tree elements in here too. Let's not forget those. First, a little bit more of our. Let's just fill this in. I think a bit more. Yeah, that's. We'll just let that get filled in a bit more. Perline black, maybe. Perline black, a cool green. Perline black. Perline black. Perline black. And let's start to just throw in some foliage here. Distant Gemini. Distant Gemini. Well, I'm glad that you're able to check it out again. I'm sorry that it's been a wee while since you've been able to watch it. I know schedule, boy, so many people have had to endure so many schedule changes over the last 6, 7 months or so for just whatever reason, whether it's work, school, that sort of thing. Folks moving. So see how we're doing the scumble thing here? Starting to soften up even some of these edges because think of these as your more distant branches right here. So Piak, yep, that is moi in the White Sox jersey there. Was it out in front of the Badger factory, I do believe? Yeah, that would be me out in front of the Badger factory. Of course, Ken is also a Sox fan. Well, back in the day, there were plans for us to go check out a Sox game together. There was many times that was part of the plan. All that kind of stuff is pretty much out the door for the most part there. Let me see. So toad prints. We have, now if you look at some of my earlier videos, we used these right here. So yeah, we've done those in the past. We have used those. Was your work? Yeah, yeah. Destin Gemini. I'm not surprised about that. Everybody's work schedule went through all kinds of changes, it seems. Let's see. Yeah, well, Valfair, actually, I don't know. I might have to go see what's going on because for whatever reason, I think I just heard thunder or something, which is not something that I was expecting. It was supposed to, of course, be dry, so I have no idea what's going on here. Um, I guess I don't know. It's really hard to say what's going on. But that was a big surprise because it's been sunny all day. Um, so actually, toad prints, there's really only a few oils that end up more towards that, say, glossy side of things, and that tends to be things like, well, stuff that has red in it, like your ultramarine blue, and also alizarin crimson, well, your cadmium reds can be too, but I mean, yeah, this right here, this is not gloss. There's no varnish or anything on this, and gee whiz, I just was working on this only a matter of hours ago, and already it's really lost a lot of the glossiness to it there. Let's see. So yeah, I might just have to do a little quick peek if that's okay, just to see what is going on out there. No, I don't want to. Okay, I don't think we'll put in the darks here yet, but we're just going to keep going with some of our foliage here. Now, some of this might be foliage that's a little bit closer. Let's see. Well, I'm glad that you're able to check some of these out, Destin Gemini. Yeah, maybe there. Yeah, let's let this be a little bit darker here in the corner. And of course, we're gonna let some of the let the brush do some of that work, right? You see how again, just doing the scumbly thing here. Just doing a little bit of scumbling. So here, I'm just gonna do a quick little check there. Yeah, so I guess we're sort of okay there, maybe. I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell. So just hoping that we don't lose our feed or anything like that. Like I said, I might have to just briefly go check and see what is going on out there. So sorry for the distraction. It's just been kind of a weird day. And of course, Valfera, you know what this is reminding me of? Remember what happened the last time Kathy she went to Minnesota and basically immediately all kinds of chaos happened? Yeah, that's what I keep thinking is going on there. Is that we're going to have some kind of crazy week like that. Now, there is just enough of our original layer of paint there. And actually, I'm going to take a quick picture of this just as it is right now, because people really do seem to like to have these pictures of how things progress. All right, before I keep going with that, though, we need to start getting some of our lighter colors in here. Also colors that are warmer. So let's grab a little bit of our yellow here, I think. Again, something that is lighter. let's start working that into, oh, it's, that doesn't get as much. All right, that's interesting. Good to know. But again, yeah, Destined Gemini, sorry to hear that work is, well, glad that it's still going, right? That the work is still happening, but sorry that it's going to be it's so incredibly busy for you. I'll just let that be darker too. Now this also needs to be a little lighter here too. Let's get a little bit more of our yellow into that as well, because that's going to be your not just a value contrast, but also a color contrast, but an intensity contrast. Ah, thanks, Piakis. I appreciate that. Yeah, because the last time Kathy went, I mean, literally, all of a sudden, all heck broke loose for an entire week, and it was quite the madness. Do I need to get darker? Yeah, let's just start to maybe throw in some of our darks again now. Here. Do I... I'm going to grab me some of these guys here. Let's, these Princeton Velvet Touch right here. Indigo-ish, maybe. Maybe indigo, a little bit of that Perlene Black, and possibly some Van Dyke Brown too. Here, let's also thin that down a smidge. And let's do some darkening here. Let's make this look like something at least. Yeah, but the nice thing about these brushes is that you can go, really big like this, or look at that. So it's kind of a multi-edge brush. It's sort of like a Swiss Army knife. You got the multiple tools. Let's do the same thing here. Okay, and another roof line over here. Then we're going to get into some of the branches. You can see some of the backdrop color starts to mix into that now. Do we have, I think we've got a little bit of shading from the other side of the roof there. Maybe just a smidge. We've got these guys doing the same thing. That might need a little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown, I'm thinking. Piankos, I'm glad that those are helpful. It's kind of nice to, even though you've got the video to look at, or the fact that I was kind of there while it was being painted, it is sort of neat to be able to look back and see what it was that you did, and just kind of remember, oh yeah, I remember when it was at that state or this state or whatever. And now I'm just going to make sure that I don't forget some of these things here. Let's start to think about branches and such. Let's get some of our warm colors in here. That's a little bit of the Van Dyke Brown. But yeah, toad prints, again, it's really more, well, there are some colors that it seems like the ones that have safflower oil, for whatever reason, also tend to have a little bit more of a glossiness to them. Not sure why. It's not 100%. I guess that's why I really kind of prefer the more linseed oil based stuff. And now that I might actually here, I'm going to let that get toned down a little bit here by some of this. Don't need it to be too dark. And I also don't want to have these branches be too heavy out here. Now, we sometimes do talk about the surface, whether it's absorbent or not. Obviously, this surface is going to be way more absorbent than a typical miniature is going to be. All right, big old branch right here, like this. Okay, there we go. And looks like that branch actually even supports this thing over here. We have a branch down here. Oh, there's the Kathy. So yeah, I guess the ram doesn't exist anymore. And I'm just kind of guessing that there's no whatchamacallit, privateer press themed stuff. And I guess, are you guys still there, or have you guys already left the not ram? So everybody can wave to Kathy there because, well, there's Kathy. Let's have you come back this way, go over this way. And we're actually going to let this, hopefully, fade out some of our tree there. Oh, gee, was Armored Wolf was there too. I did send him a message. I think to say, no, maybe I didn't send him a message. Well, you probably messaged him. Because I'm like, I don't think I sent him a message that you were there. All right, there's a little bit of asphaltum here. I may have actually got a chance to see him already. Well, wow. That's extra cool then. Let me see. Okay. Let's go a bit darker right here. So I guess you guys have wandered back over to the hotel. I kind of also lost track of, I was trying to think, well, how close is the hotel to that? And it really is not that far of a walk. Now that I remember that. Well, I'm glad that you were able to see him. I was thinking like, well, you may not see him maybe till tomorrow or even Saturday or something. All right, I need a branch to go over this way. And I'm just going to actually let this push some of that paint around. We got more branches coming this way. Just reasons, right? We want to have branches. Lots of branches, and then we'll come back in with more of our leafy type things. All right, now let's come back in with a little bit of the perline black. Start getting some of this down into the corner, some closer foliage maybe. We also have this brush that we can use for some potential sort of blending there. How far down do we want to go with this? Maybe not too far, but again, if it starts looking a little too dark, or has too much of a sharp edge, I can come and take some of that away. Now, sometimes using the edge of the brush as opposed to like this, putting the brush on its side. So kind of a combination of things like the perline black, the Van Dyke brown, and mostly the green. The perline black, again, a dark green. That's it. I guess we really want to try and initiate kind of a canopy type of a thing going on here. So yep, Piankas, unfortunately, I wanted to do sort of a YouTube version of the latest landscape, but that was where the Twitch stream got nuked, and it kind of created some mayhem there. So I don't know if I don't know. I may have to if maybe we can try and edit that out or something. I don't know. I need to make this darker here before I forget. Otherwise, I'll just forget that the thing is even there in the first place. We got ourselves another bit of a bridge sort of a thing here. We've got the walkway that's going to go this way. This is definitely not OSHA approved style walkways here. No doubt about that. And then, of course, there's all the little lights that are hanging here and such. Lots of little lights and everything. And now I've got to figure, okay, where are the supports on some of these guys? Don't want to get too far away from just blocking in things here. It's kind of easy to do that. You get all excited. You see some really fun shapes. Like here, we got to have ourselves a bit of a branch right there. Let's do that. Something like this here. And just have it go out into some smaller branches. And then we've got to have, well, just some of our foliage out here. Of course, the more I do in the corner, the less place I have to actually grab onto things. So let's soften some of this up. The blending brushes come in all shapes and sizes, right? Anything can be a blending brush. Look at that. That just really changes that around. Okay, what about down here? I think down there I might go back. Where's my almost sort of a violet sort of, well, that just that's a little bit more violet than what we wanted right there. I mean, we'll throw in a little bit here, but let's just grab some more of our radiant blue right here. That's that darn Egyptian violet. That'll just take over everything. It will take over the world all by itself. Yeah, let's grab our paper towel, get some of that out of the brush here, and go with, there we go. That's more like it. So now we have a little bit of the violet there, not quite so much. That was a bit much. I did want something that was a little more opaque here. Like so. All right, well, thanks, thanks, Kathy. Everybody waves goodbye to Kathy. Kathy was here. And Kathy will return. Oh, look at Kathy's got her. That's getting to see Kathy's emotes too. So yes, those are some of Kathy's emotes. Here, let's go back to the side of this, and then in a second here, I will be taking another picture of what we've got so far. So now I'm kind of coming back in here with some of the lighter opaque colors here and there. I'm going to tone down that branch, and maybe this thing gets adjusted too. I'm just going to make a quick little adjustment right here, I think. Yeah. No one will know that we actually were trying to make an adjustment there. No one will be any the wiser. So yeah, how long have we been at this here? 53 minutes-ish, thereabouts. Now we also need to get some kind of residual light. Well, I'm going to maybe do that with the turquoise. Yes, turquoise. Let's use that. Especially maybe on this particular roof right here. And then let some of these get a little bit darker, get a little bit more shade. That's going to maybe pick up more of the yellow glow from some of these other structures. So back to some turquoise here. And this is the Radiant Turquoise. This is from Gamlin. It's been really interesting using these radiant colors. I've used them on a couple of videos now. I'm trying to think of, oh, here it is. This is the latest Dark Sword tutorial. I just put this up yesterday, I think. This also well, look, you can even see some of the kind of the same colors in that too. That was our latest Dark Sword tutorial that we did for the Patreon page. So I'm going to maybe cut down on some of the branches right here. And there is this little bit of pinkish color that sort of sneaks its way through there. So I think I might also try and make sure some of that works its way into this. So, I mean, we have plenty of these craft style brushes here. Let's see if we just can't maybe grab another one here. And let's see what sort of a pinkish color we can work into the backdrop here. Again, maybe a little bit more of the radiant blue versus the radiant turquoise. Okay, that's got a little bit of the purple in there. Yeah. This also will act as a nice little bit of a contrast to some of the green that is in this and the turquoise. Kind of important to do that. All right, let's have just a little more of this going here. Good to go there. Maybe a smidge more of the violet right here. Something like that. We'll let these kind of get blended together a bit. We can also maybe lighten this a little bit. So that's, I don't know, I just put a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale into that. I don't know, just to lighten that up a smidge, a hint of some kind of light there. We want this to, of course, be our lightest light area for sure. Boy, there's all kinds of stairways and stuff in these things. My goodness, lots of stairways. Here, okay, let's see what we're doing here. Get another quick picture out of this. We bring up this, center of interest along here, and then we kind of have another maybe secondary one over there. Might just darken down a little more that area here. Let's see if we can find ourselves another one of. That's not the one we're looking for. We'll get one of these guys here again. We'll try some Van Dyke Brown here. And maybe some of the asphaltum, I suppose. Let's strengthen up this one. I mean, it's foreground. So I think we can strengthen this one. The edges on this, the darkness on this. And I think we'll be all good. And boy, sometimes it's hard to tell exactly which way these roof things are pointing. And then you've got sort of the support rib structure, whatever you want to call it, too. So I hope that folks are doing okay out there. I know that there's some folks that have been to conventions recently that are, I guess some are waiting for news about, well, is it Concrud or is it potentially something else? And for those that are wondering, hopefully it's not, well, just Concrud. Not that Concrud is very fun to have by any stretch of the imagination, but see how we're going to come back into there and so take away some of those sharp edges. Yeah, so all of this stuff, you can see, we can still blend this. It might, I don't know if it looks like it's dry or whatever. So Art of Michael still managed to break just about everything that they touched yesterday. Yep, Michael, that's, I've definitely had those kind of days where I pretty much shouldn't touch anything or do anything or be around anything. Because all I do is just make things go boom. Yes, definitely familiar with those type of days. But I'm glad that maybe things, I don't know, have calmed down there just a tiny bit. One can hope. Okay, yeah, that is a dormer right there. I have to also allow for some warmer light to come through this. Gotta remember to do that here. Let's get some Van Dyke Brown here. Boy, there's so much along the way of a delicate tracery and such here. My goodness. I am every so often taking a little bit of thinner. Like this, we've got some thinner in here so that we can get into this sort of tracery here. Maybe that needs to come down a little further. Something like this, and that's got to go in front of those branches. Foreground, middle ground, background, right? Oh, there's so Macon's got one of Kathy's emotes right there. Yeah, they were a little bit nicer, a little bit kinder with her emotes than they were with me. They just kind of they took a lot of mine away, but seems like they let her have most of hers. All right, that's also somewhat part of the roof line there. And then we're just going to take our monster blending brush to that. Just reasons. Because remember how we altered all of our trees here? We kind of went almost 3 different stages with our trees. Where did that brush just go? There it is. So Arta Michael, I hope that the printing side of things has been going well. Of course, we have many more files now. We have even more files because Medbury Miniatures now has, well, basically sent me all of their files. So we're going to be doing some more Lord of the Rings type stuff with their files. I'm just going to say that's tree right there, and this is going to be this is our little stairway, bridge, whatever they might refer to these things as. But we need to make sure these don't get too solid. Wow, there's a lot of flowery, leafy stuff here in the shape of, well, that's buildings in the shape of that. Ooh, that really, it does make it very interesting to say the least. Michael, there's definitely no such thing as too many files, right? No such thing as too many files. There's only the files you haven't had a chance to print yet. That's what it is. Here, let's have it go this way. Something like this. And then poof. And it, I don't know, I'm going to let the branch sort of work its way here. Branches just kind of supporting these, and then there's all the kind of Spanish moss type stuff that's hanging down from these two. Hey Tiago, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So Arta Michael, I think, well, oh, that's right. It was just the other night I showed that on one of my, in the podcast there. But I showed how it was that I was kind of storing some of the, well, the miniatures, but gosh, we've been printing out like crazy the last few weeks, just trying to take advantage of weather and such before that all starts going crazy again, because it inevitably will. It always does. I think you can see how the structures now, they start to get a little bit more of a definition to them. But I know one of my last blog posts that I did was about carrying case slash storage. That basically kind of functions as both carrying case and as storage. Oh, Terra Rosa, That's the color I was thinking about, a little Terra Rosa here. Let's throw in whatever we got going on here with these little archways. Just do this here before I'll forget about them otherwise. We have to come back in here with lighter colors so we can carve out our light shapes again. I just want to get at least some of this dark in place. Something like that. And then I guess there's also some hints of some domes or whatever behind this, but we won't mess with that just yet. Do a little more this way, and now take some of the Van Dyke brown. And I guess we'll just, yeah. It's really hard to determine exactly what is going where on some of these very, very leafy, flowery types of structures here. Hey, Grim, how you doing? So, Grim, we used a lot of the radiance in the background. That was pretty much our first layer, actually, was a lot of the radiance. So that was pretty fun to see those. Now the radiant turquoise, obviously more out here, and then down through here, more of the radiant blue. Thanks, Grim. I knew this one was going to be as challenging as some of the other ones have been. I knew this one was going to be a bit of a challenge here because there's a lot of, well, whereas the, remember the one with Boromir that had so many kind of hard slash soft edges and a lot of balance there? This is sort of the same way. There's a lot of balancing hard and soft edges on this one. It's kind of the same thing. Plus we have all the tricky leafy stuff going on. Oh yeah, Grim, that was this one. That is this one right here. So I was just trying to kind of show those since the other that video on using the browns was so recent. I thought, well, maybe if we can almost show it like we did something with the was the brilliant yellow pale. Yeah, something like the brilliant yellow pale. All right, that comes out over this way. We have some, I'm just going to have some leaves come out this way too. So see, I'm just using the side of the brush here. But some of these, I want those to be more background trees, which means obviously some softer edges. Here we need to do some of that too, and I think we're going to grab something that's a little bit more of a pure color there. So that's the turquoise, some of the perline. Whoops, it's a little too much paint on there. Because I think I want that to be a little bit darker where that is. Yeah, might need a little bit of thinner. Yeah, something like that. Perhaps even a little over here too. Part of it is a little bit of Muskorovka. I can't have light if I don't have dark, and now I'm trying to infuse some darker, but see how we're softening that? This is a blending brush. Seriously, it's a brush that we use for blending all the time. So Tiago, we just basically draw these and go for it because I want people to see that figuring out process. Now, back in the days of the whole art school type thing or any kind of commercial art, well, you were definitely drawing multiple, well, ironically enough, they would be almost this size. Well, no, I think they would be 3x5s or something. You would gestures and some sketches, and you would sort of kind of figure out what it is you were going to do. And then you would sort of advance you almost call it like concept art in some ways. Where's my turquoise? So we're basically just taking some turquoise and mixing it with our darker green here. Printing a lot of bases at the moment with the camp painting style. Oh, there's not a lot of time to sculpt those bases. Well, that certainly makes sense, Erda Michael. I can understand that. And there are lots of nice 3D bases. There's no doubt about that. There's lots of really snazzy 3D bases for sure. Let's see, only half. Oh, I think we're all caught up there. So again, I apologize for being a little bit distracted. It's been a bit of a crazy day, to say the least. And again, here is the thing that we did not too long ago. I think this was between, what, 3 and 4 this afternoon or something like that. We had to do that as part of that painting contest thing. Yeah, Artemichael, actually there was a YouTube video by somebody who compared some of the different bases, Loot Studio versus Artisan Guild versus Titan Forge versus such and such. I know Asgard Rising also does bases too. Yeah, I know Titanfall. I'm not sure. I think Archvillain might also have bases as part of theirs. I kind of forgetting. So yeah, whatever. I think it was on the Gen Con Twitter, or not Twitter, the Gen Con Twitch feed or something like that. Now here, I'm actually gonna do a little bit of a change over there. I'm actually gonna maybe have some of the lighter stuff go in front of that tree there. Can't just all be trees in silhouette form. And I think it's as we start to fill in some of our foliage now, maybe all this starts to make a little bit more sense. Again, making use of the radiant turquoise here. Filling in some of these areas. Here, back to that turquoise again. Especially out here on the outer edges of these things. I think it makes even more sense there. Now, maybe not so much here again, because that light's probably going to cast down onto that. At least it seems that way. Yeah, it does. I never really thought of the. I think even printing goes ever on. I think he does bases for his stuff too. As somebody who just makes his own bases as a matter of recourse, it was kind of weird to go. Oh, wait a minute, these guys all make bases. What's up with this? It's interesting too when I look at this and I say, wow, that color is darker than I was thinking it was. Just like this one here, a little bit darker than what I thought it was. Can't grab a little bit of the turquoise. Now I'm actually going to go into some of the radiant blue right here. And I'm just taking this and literally just doing that. And see how it just starts to create all these nice soft edges and such. Plenty of soft edges. Got to make sure that this is dark enough. Otherwise, our little lights aren't going to be terribly light. So we can't, yeah, this is about as light of a color as I can do on this. If I go any darker, it's just going to be too light, sorry. Also, too, the camera boom, as always, whenever we do these landscapes of Middle Earth, the camera boom ends up being right exactly where the chat is. And of course, I've got my reference picture up, which means I can't see that either, or the chat that's on the other monitor. Okay, we'll just start to bring it more of this. Let this get softer. I mean, we're what, an hour into this? Yeah, hour 13 minutes in, that's it. And we've really been able to establish a fair amount of our structure here. So we need some of our turquoise on some of our branches here. I think this could also use a bit of that now. Over here, we got to do something. We either got to go, I think we're going to maybe go more of this sort of turquoise foliage color here. We'll let that all mix nice and easy. little more out here. Maybe we'll go a little darker. So this is the... Well, it's got a little bit of mix of a few things. You got some of the perline black in there. And whatever's in the brush, too. I mean, it's never too early for palette sludge, I suppose. Yeah. And this is not the darkest dark that we can put on here either. We can certainly go darker than this, but it's almost like the same thing with your lights. You don't want to go directly to your lightest color. No, we're trying to do the same thing with our darks. We want to let a little bit of space for our darkest darks. And I'm going to do a little bit even more with some foliage here. As much as I like the idea of the branches showing through, if there's too much in the way of branches, then, I don't know, it starts to look more like, I don't want to say dead trees, but not really not quite the very much alive forest type of a scene. So I think we also can maybe turn up our brightness a smidge now that we've actually got paint on this thing. Yeah. All right, we also, we're going to have to do our banister on this thing. That's going to get interesting. All right. I've got the asphaltum here, kind of a reddish brown. That just needs to be, I think, darker in general. And I don't know, maybe I'll even do just some leafy stuff in front of this. First, some Van Dyke brown. We made changes to our Isengard scene, if you remember that. We were fairly well into it. We said, you know what, we just need to make a change to this. Okay, I think now that branch sort of sits where it should underneath that. Oh, whatever this little bridge type thing is here. Got to make that nice and spindly, right? It's elfy. It's got to be very, very spindly. And I might just come back in there with some of my lighter colors, I think, before we get, yeah, let's do that. Here, let's grab a little bit of some of this white and maybe even some of the Indian yellow here. So warmer. I mean, it's a little bit darker. Maybe, ooh, maybe a smidge of Terra Rosa in there to almost make it a little bit more of a reddish color, not a radish. So that, oh yeah, let's really get some good, strong, yellowy reds in there. That's better. Back to a little bit more of the Terra Rosa here. All right, well, Preach, thank you so much for joining us here. Now, Preach, if you want to shout yourself out, Armored Wolf, he's still, well, he is also at Gen Con right now. So if you did want to shout yourself out there, go right ahead. We understand that. Yeah, I just don't have, my hands are kind of full right here, so it's a little bit hard to do the shout out thing. But thanks so much for joining as always. See that? See that? Now the glow starts to, it looks more like a glow. It can't just be a bunch of light stuff in here. We actually have to go a little bit more with that. Here, let's tone this down. I'm going to tone this down. So all of a sudden, our internal glow there actually starts to look more like internal glow. A bit like what we do with the windows on some of the, what are those ships? The Armada ships there. So I have no idea what I'll be able to do tomorrow.
So say we all! So say we all!
Thank you so much, Ben. Ben the Stalker. Thank you for that sub. That is appreciated. Thank you very much. So I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream there, Ben. I hope that it's well. I do hope that it also kind of illustrates some of the things that we do when it comes to the miniature painting side of things. Because one of the things I hope about this is that maybe it's a little bit easier to see some of these things. And you see this stuff and you say, oh, okay, that's what we're talking about. So I'm going to see if I can get maybe a little bit of the yellow reflected onto that and then over to here. And then maybe the same this way here, some of the yellow from here being cast down onto this roof. Really more as a, well, not like quite an outline, but a bit more of a backlit type of a thing here. Something more like that, I believe, is what we're looking for. And then we can do some of this. Here we're just kind of taking the brush here and just sort of pushing it this way. See how the colors are mixing. We're mixing. Fun stuff going on like that. Almost that maybe like there's some more foliage right in there that's being affected by the interior light of the building. So Ben, I hope that you are having yourself a really nice Friday, and hopefully you got yourself some fun plans for Saturday. I hope everybody's got fun plans for Saturday. Well, and Sunday too. It's not like you can't have fun on Sunday. Again, I'm going to bring in some more of the my lights here. Let's also start to think about this little bridge, whatever the walkway bridge that comes out of there. Start to think about that. And now, because this is warm, our background, which is cooler and more subdued color-wise, hopefully that kind of shrinks to the background. We'll lighten this up a smidge now, looks like. Like so, and here a bit like there. And then we'll have to, yeah, I don't know, maybe we'll just, I'm going to maybe change this back a little bit here. Might be changing that back a bit and do something like this maybe. Making a bit of a change again. And because we're working on the whole thing all at once, sometimes we see we go, all right, well, that might have worked okay, but I just don't think it is. I'm going to get me a little bit more of my darker gray there. Well, that's kind of, again, a kind of a grayish green turquoise, basically. And we'll get ourselves a little bit of more of that here. I might let some of that, I might come back in with maybe some white and the radiant turquoise. Just in that one area up there that could be interesting. Okay, let's get a little bit more of our, yeah, something more like this. Using this almost as a blending brush, like we would normally use it. Here I'm going to also kind of fade the edges on this. We don't want to have the foliage, I don't want to get into really distinct leaves on that just yet. This kind of need to make sure that there's enough distinctiveness there first before we start making leaves be very distinct. You know what, and it looks like I also need to go this way, not just lighten up the roof, but also with a cooler color. Again, that's the radiant turquoise. Radiant turquoise here on this dormer. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. I'm just calling those dormers. Maybe that's not what they actually are meant to be, but... So, Ben, thank you so much for that. And again, I appreciate all of the bitses and subs. They really do help. Just kind of darkening this down over here again. Speaking of darkening, I might even do a bit over here. Let's get some of our Van Dyke brown here. Touch of that green, and maybe we will also darken some of these branches here. The malware trees, there's not lots of little branches. There's just a lot of large branches. I also want to make sure that some of that light is also being cast onto this branch here. Something like this. And obviously we want to have the branches sort of look like they're radiating out from this point here. I think we could probably stand to have some, yeah, some darks over here. Now that we started to work in the lighter tones of the light being cast down onto this roof. Okay, and we'll go some more this way. Tighten up some edges there. All of this stuff right here is a little bit confusing, exactly what some of this is. And then we've got this thing where there's the branch right in front of this. I'm not going to do much here because my thumb's pretty much going to have to go there for the foreseeable future, so we won't do a whole lot in this area. And we might have to do some foliage in front of this. I think that's what we might do. We might have to mask this off with a bit of foliage here. And that is a bit like what we did here with that tree to break up this foreground bit. I think I just needed to break up that foreground bit. I'm also going to take a quick picture of this because we've advanced that pretty far. Here, let's get a picture shot of this thing. And we'll also do a little bit of a film noir, I think, because we've got our warms and cools also in place. So let's see what we got here film noir wise. Let's do that. Let's take away again some of that color. So now you don't see the warms, those yellows, Terra Rosa, the orange. You don't see some of the pinkish color over here. You don't see any of the turquoise. All you see is just the value and some of the edges that we've been using. Let me see. I think I'm also going to go back here into the asphaltum a little bit. That, I think, needs to be strengthened. This, boy, I keep wanting to move that down further. It's also going to need some turquoise highlights on it. I am not going to get into all the railings and such here until we really start to figure out exactly what we're doing with the branches. I'm going to maybe change these. Speaking of which, I might change these branches around just a little bit. I'm going to grab me a little bit of indigo and Van Dyke brown here. Some foliage here, and then what we'll do is sort of backlight this foliage with some of the yellow, and that should act as a... Yep, that's what we're just gonna ran into a thing where it's like, yeah, composition wise, I think I'm just gonna cover that. I think it's gonna read a little bit better, a little bit easier. And now I can maybe start to get into some smaller, more detailed clumps of maybe some darker foliage instead of always just the darker tree. I think, yeah, this needs to come out in front of this tree here. So we will let that get a little darker. I don't want that edge to get too hard though. You can see we're trying to let the edges be relatively soft. Edges are a big deal. You saw that there's no better way to show that than to just take away the color. That really shows you how important those edges can be. Okay. I've got Van Dyke Brown here. Ooh, what the heck? Maybe even a little smidge of the Egyptian Violet. Different kind of a dark brown there. A very intense dark brown. Boy, that stairway kind of goes back further. Oh, I see what that's doing. But gotta make some of this finer sort of tracery here. Very distinct on our Lothlorien stuff. Now, this would certainly be one heck of a backdrop here for a game, no doubt about it. Now, there are some 3D printing guys that actually do make Lothlorien style terrain. That's definitely more of, well, I know RM printable terrain has some. There's like a library. There's a, I know the RM printable, he went so far as to make an elven archery range, I think. Yeah, I might just darken some of these branches back here. Just a few. And like I said, up here, the lighter colors will be more in the range of turquoise, but down here, obviously we want this to reflect down onto that. Now the other thing I am seeing in the picture is that there's even the turquoise still is working its way inside of here. I'm not quite sure how it's doing that, but here, let's maybe work in a little bit. I don't want that to turn green though. What's going on up here? I think we need to maybe make some parts of that lighter. We also need to, I think, take something like this, and I'm not quite sure. Again, there's some other different tracery in there. Not sure what that's supposed to represent, but maybe the other side of the opening here, possibly. So just kind of putting a hint of something in there. Now we'll come back into that with some more lights again. Let's see, what have we in here? Let's maybe go brilliant yellow, pale, some of our Indian yellow too. And start to pick up some lights along this, sort of the lights being cast up this way. Looks that way anyhow. So the Indian yellow, what that does is you mix that with either, well, the brilliant yellow pale or even the white. And suddenly it's almost like you get a cadmium yellow. So if you are looking to get more of a bargain basement cadmium, well, I don't know if it's a bargain basement, especially if you're using the Williamsburg Indian yellow, but certainly would be cheaper than just straight up cadmium yellow. Okay, again, trying to get the yellow light being cast down onto this. Where's my brilliant yellow pale again? I'm just going to start to mess around here with a little bit of our, remember our foliage, we wanted that to have sort of a backlit nature to it. Let's see what happens when we do that here. Does it translate? Sometimes what sounds like a good idea, in theory, then you put it on the miniature, or in this case on the painting, and you say, I think we've had that happen multiple times with some of the paintings where we said, well, that seemed like a good idea at the time, but it really didn't work quite the way we wanted it to. Well, remember the the Balrog versus Gandalf, where we completely erased part of the image and then came back, wiped away part of it, and I don't want to say completely redid, but we made some major adjustments to the Balrog's width there for sure. All right, maybe a little bit more of our yellow glow coming through there. Just a smidge more. I don't want to lose sight of the Terra Rosa either. Use some of that over here. I might just go ahead and darken that down. There was something else I thought about doing there. I said, nah, that's just, again, it's not maybe going to translate quite the way that I would like it to. And I'm going to do the same thing here, just like we're doing down here. We could also just kind of say, oh, look, there's some foliage here. And that's catching some light, just like maybe this is. And perhaps even some parts of the tree here is catching some. We could also, I think, get some of our turquoise out here. So let's grab some of the radiant turquoise. Let's work on this little bridge slash walkway over here. Again, lots and lots of tracery on these things. Holy smokes. Remember the Rivendell painting? There's an awful lot of Rivendell in this as well. So we'll have to certainly do lots and lots of extra bits of foliage, and then all of these walkways, they all have banisters and all the kinds of mischief going on. Huh, interesting. I'm looking at the way some of these things are shaded here. Maybe some liberties taken with that. I don't know. Again, we reserve the right to make whatever changes. Just like here, I think I'm speaking of which, I might need to have this reflect some of that yellow light down onto that roof line. So we'll grab some of our brilliant yellow pale here and do the same thing. And now that starts to separate from this, and I might just do the same over here too, maybe to a lesser degree. Thielen, how you doing? Yes, we're doing a little bit of Lothlorien here. So that scene, the little reference picture in the lower left-hand corner there, I thought it could be interesting to see if we could have some fun with that. So yes, indeed, a little bit of Lothlorien here. We did Rivendell already. So where's there? Now this is just a quick little print that I made of it, just so that people could see. Haven't had a chance to turn it into a screen yet, but all the tracery and stuff that we did here, and all these porticos, well, we'll have to certainly do the same here. So yeah, and there's more glowy yet to come. There's all these little kind of blue lights and stuff like that. So believe it or not, there's actually more glow yet to be established here. Very, very glowy, elfy stuff. So Tiago at 5 by 7. Well, first of all, that would be just way too much texture, and also too, well, we're given these as presents. We're also, well, people have been buying these, and it is far easier to frame a piece of illustration board like this. We also, well, the whole reason we have these illustration boards in the first place is for this. So that's what these were actually meant for, was for doing things like this. It was only just in the last few months, even the last few months. Let's see. So, uh, Celeborn is, I do believe, her husband's name. And actually, well, in the books, Celeborn has way more action than the movies that just show him kind of standing there doing not much of anything. Now, I don't know, just how what the relationship is to say Celebrimbor, but so Kelana, we'll just say Kelana. So yeah, Teo, there would be so much texture there. It would be very difficult to show some of the things that we're trying to show, and wasn't really that big into canvases. If you remember some of the watercolors that I've showed, even the watercolors were on hot press watercolor board, so that's a very smooth surface. There is some tooth to it, but it's still kind of a smooth surface. So there is a little bit of a, so okay, I thought so. I thought so. Again, it's always trying to, well, learn the differences between, well, your movie versus book, and also, well, the MESBG game. You have certain folks in the game that obviously were never in the movies. Of course, well, Prince Imrahil, a favorite of mine. Now we can maybe start to get that much lighter here, if we can. Especially in this area. I think this is where we really wanted to get to the heart of our light color there. So yeah, definitely not wanting to have too much of that texture for sure. Get back to our white here. A little more up there. So that not just lighter, but also the warmth of that. I do remember I stretched many pieces of hot press watercolor board back in the, or hot press watercolor, or no, sorry, cold press watercolor paper back in the day. That was never entertaining. Actually, believe it or not, there are still some boards that are still sitting there. There's still paper stretched on boards after years and years and years of just sitting there. And now that we've got our lighter color there, I think we can start to also add some highlights out here. Again, on that foliage right there. This thing is going to get a couple of bright colors in this area here. Then we have to come back over this with some of the darker tracery. We're going to be taking a picture of this in a couple of minutes here before we get into that stuff. And we'll put some of the lighter sort of foliage colors here too. Actually, I did print out a figure for Celeborn. Actually, I do have the Celeborn and Galad. Actually, I did do a diorama. Well, it was Galadriel's mirror pool, and it does have Celeborn and Galadriel as part of the set. Never actually had a chance to paint Celeborn yet, so we painted a couple of Galadriels. looking at this, we'll go boom like so. Another one here. Do the same on that portico as well. We need to do the same over here to a, looks like a lesser degree. Like the internal light is working its way out here. Again, reflecting on some of the tracery. We need to do that. Oh yeah, we need to do that over here too. So all of these things, they just start to take on a little bit more impact. Just realized that this should probably get some reflections or some reflected light coming down onto it anyways. From that yellow, so now that gets separated. But it is going to be a whole lot easier if we just do all of this stuff first and then kind of come back in with that darker tracery instead of trying to work around it. So this is just Terra Rosa mixing with whatever's on that brush at this point. And I think what I'm going to do is just let that branch, it'll be somewhat darker, but it's also going to get a lot of the some of that yellowish glow to it. I'm going to come back the other way here with just a hint of that's the radiant blue, that's almost a bit of a purple right there. But kind of cutting into this here. Again, that's a branch there. We'll do the same over here. Changing the shape of that branch, also smoothing out a little bit of the foliage at the same time. We can do that here. And that also needed to be a smidge darker. Yeah, there wasn't much of a ledge right there at all. Okay, for Velfera, we are going to do a quick little film noir before Velfera heads off to sleep. So thanks Velfera for joining as always. There we go. Boy, that looks really different, doesn't it? I mean, you still have the harder edges here. You still have some of the softer edges out there. But boy, you really, I mean, when it comes back in, you can really see the lighting effect. It's just like we do on the miniatures, right? But Velfera, as always, thank you so much for joining. I really do appreciate that. And you have yourself a nice Friday night. I'll get more of our... See how we're using the side of the brush here? I'm going to come back. Oh, and this way too. There's maybe a little bit too much of the solid dark there. I'm going to cut into that just a bit. But you see how that that's mixing. We're also again using the side of the brush here. To alter the shape of this branch a little more here. Again, letting that maybe even mix in with what's here. Now, thanks. Thanks, Velfera. I'll let him know, and no, it's not that much longer till he rejoins us, because well, we're a good part of the way through that second convention. You know what? This could use just a smidge more darks in it here. See, we can layer that foliage that much more, just a little bit more. We had talked about maybe lightening this up. So now we're maybe back to the turquoise over here. Let's get a little thinner into that and make sure that's actually gonna, there we go. So that's the radiant turquoise. That is from Gamlin. In some ways, tightening up a few edges, in some ways also softening some stuff down. And of course, I don't want to lose out on that little bit of a violet right there. Don't want to lose out on that. It can be sometimes really easy to have something nifty like that and you try and do too much. And the next thing you know, you've kind of lost out on something that was really fun. We're going to be coming back over this with some darker foliage. It has to be set up right. It has to be set up first. Remember the Isengard foliage, how much we changed the stuff on this side, on the right-hand side, when we took some of the reddish colors, reddish browns, and brought them over there. And all of a sudden, that foliage just looked way more like it made sense. It just didn't make a lot of sense as it was. So actually, what I'm going to do here is I shall be right back. Don't go away. I am just going to go actually grab me just some liquids here, and I shall return. Sorry about that. Now we're back. Much better. See, these branches are also a little bit too close in size. One needs to be a little bit more dominant than the other one. Again, but if I use the side of this brush, it basically becomes almost like a 5-inch or 5/8 inch, but that versus that. So you can see the two very different types of brush strokes that I can get out of this same brush, which is, of course, just one of those 25-cent craft brushes. And this is the very same brush that we use to do a lot of the tiny foliage on the Isengard image right there. So as far as tomorrow goes, I really I do not know what I'll be able to work on tomorrow. It kind of depends on what I can get prepped tonight and also just painted tonight. Could be commission stuff, it could be something else entirely. Oh yeah, that does cross in front of here, so I'm going to actually let a little bit of it's a bit of a reminder to have the foliage sort of cross over the front of that. Now let's see if I can combine some of the white, some of the radiant turquoise right in here. Not sure why, that just seemed kind of interesting there to have a little bit of that lighter turquoise. Maybe not quite so light, that's maybe a bit better. Yeah, I don't know, just for whatever reason, something like this maybe. And then that's it. Boy, it's interesting how they've worked the turquoise into here too. So I don't know. We'll just see if we can make this work. It does bring out its own sort of contrast. The turquoise right next to the yellow there, so maybe it's not a bad idea. Now, I suppose you could think of it, I mean, it has some yellow in it because it's not blue. How do you make turquoise? It's mostly blue, but it's probably also going to have some yellow in it because turquoise has some green. So somehow, gotta work some yellow into that. I'm just, we are all sorts of confused as to what day it is because, well, this is something we usually do on a Thursday, and of course, then we had to do that Gen Con thing. We did this thing right here, so it felt like it was already a Friday stream or a Monday stream or something. But yet we're doing something that normally is a Thursday thing. So don't be surprised if tomorrow I refer quite often to it being Friday. I don't know, I suppose there might be a bunch of folks that say, oh, wait a minute, I get my Friday back, only I get to stay home during it. So I don't know, maybe lots of people will be very much in favor of that. So I might start after thinking about some of the little tracery things that are going to be happening here. I don't know. Is this 10-0? We haven't even used this yet. We've been at this almost 2 hours here, and we haven't actually really had a dive into our liner brushes yet. But I think this is probably a good spot to start thinking about it. There is a little bit thinner, I have to say, in that paint there because, well, we want it to flow. That might be a little too tall for it. I think we'll drop it down to about that size there. And now we need to do a bunch of these. But I think you'll see how it doesn't actually, you know, that one we're just gonna wipe that one away and we'll try it again. But you can see we can just kind of look at this. Just keep on going here. That's the beauty of the liner brushes. Now here we're just gonna fade that out a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit of thinner. There's not a ton of thinner in this. Some colors might take a little more thinner to make them flow like this than others, especially with the oils. Especially some of your opaques might have to really stoke in some more thinner to do that. And all of this is over wet paint. Everything that's underneath here is very much wet. You saw how we could just kind of take our hand and just sort of start wiping some of it away. So mostly just some Van Dyke brown here, keeping it pretty darn simple. Here we gotta make sure these aren't too large. This is actually a fair distance in the background here. We also have to start thinking about some more of our tracery here. Might as well start getting into that. All this interior tracery here, and I'm just gonna keep calling it that. That little roof crest right there. And all of this is going to be the Van Dyke brown. We might have some of the probably have a little bit of the Terra Rosa work its way into this as well. And that's going to start to break up some of these. Here, let's get a little bit of that Terra Rosa into here now. Mix it with the asphaltum just to make it a little bit darker. This was one of the shapes that I was really fascinated by here. It's almost a little bit like a rose window in some ways. And then there's actually another one of these inside of it, but you can see that 10-0, nice thin lines here. So just Terra Rosa, that's mixed with some of the asphaltum. Now we've got a whole bunch of edges here that we can hit. And just a lot of things that, lots of rounded shapes. I mean, that's kind of what all movie sets are, right? To give you a, well, anything that's in this part of the world is lots of round. What are the dwarves? All kinds of square, harsh edges. For your humies, lots of arches, I would suppose. Lots of domes for Gondor. So even there, just a little bit of the warmer Terra Rosa. Now I'm going to switch this up to more of the Van Dyke Brown. And some more edges like this. We also have things going in this direction too, but we might have to soften those up. What we'll do is we'll just leave them there for right now, come back later and soften up some of those edges. It's a little bit of indigo and some of the black spinel. And really tighten up that edge, because that's sort of coming forward, that's coming right at you there. Oh, there is a bit of a, okay. There's a kind of a crest on the top of the roof lines here. Hey, Shaza, how you doing? Yes, well, you never know. I guess hobbits and tentacles, I do believe that was part of the conversation on that. So, Shaza, I hope that, what other kind of, apparently they're doing other online stuff or Twitch stuff. So what other Twitch stuff are they doing for Gen Con there? And what was the name of the channel there, Shaza? I can't, for the life of me, I have no idea what the heck it was. Was it just Gen Con Live on Twitch or something like that? I have no idea. I'm not good at remembering those type of things for sure. All right, let's just keep going with our little sort of railings and banistery type things here. We need those up here now, but we need to shrink them down a bit because, well, being in the distance. And you notice they're not quite so dark either, not every single one of them. So Gen Con center stage. Okay, thanks, Shaza. Yeah, I couldn't, for the life of me, I couldn't remember what the heck it was called. I was just trying to figure out, I was just glad that apparently XSplit works with not just StreamYard, but also Zoom meetings as well. So that was good to know. I was very surprised. I was not expecting that. It hasn't worked in the past, but apparently now it does. Which meant that we could even do a little bit of film noir during that. And we'll get some of our little highlight type things on this too. Now here I'm just going to almost knock those down just a smidge there. And actually here what it's not showing more of these, but I'm just going to put these here. I think it'll just be easier dealing with some of these guys. I think we'll just have some of those here. Now we have to start to think about some of our the tracery that's going to need to go right here too. Wow, that's I thought it was a very specific, almost like an arch, but it's really more, it's more random than that. It's actually more random than that. It's almost like just branches out here. I mean, there's a vaguely an arch-like shape, but it just kind of it's also, no, not quite like that. But they're just sort of like these, like some branches here. Although I might have to just kind of simplify that down a little bit. We'll see what happens. I'll have to see how that works. Let's get our dark edge there. Same thing here. Because it's really weird to figure out what some of these surfaces are supposed to be. I'm just kind of looking at it going, I think that's what that's supposed to be. Not entirely sure. Let's get some of our interior on this one right here. Sort of like that. And like this. And now we need to, whoops, that's, there we go. Oh wow, I'm going to, just for the heck of it, maybe even take some of our darker turquoise here. And that might just work its way into a couple of spots here. Yeah, it can't just all be the yellow right there. I'm going to thin this down. It's going to make it easier. See how easier it is to apply, how much easier it is that is to apply some of this here. Oh, thanks, Toe Prince. When I first was looking at the references of these, I was seeing all kinds of really bright colors, and then I started to look at them again. I said, "Well, there's a lot of subtle colors on these things," and it kind of changed the way I thought about it when I started to see just how subtle some of the colors were. I said, "Wow, it is nowhere near as intense on the colors as I originally thought it was." Oh, yeah, I remember drawing it this way, but I actually have to have the roof line going this way. Almost kind of forgot about that. But still got to keep these edges under control here. And of course we can still add some more darks. Now here we're going to come back into more of a mid-tone sort of a thing. It's got a little bit of the turquoise, but it's also mixing with some of the asphaltum. That's mostly what's there already. So that's got some of our turquoise and other colors mixed in. Trying to be as delicate with some of our tracery as we can. Doesn't always work. And I think there, so I just kind of scumbled that and just changed around that little bit of an edge, whatever. Changing that branch around. Sometimes you just got to do it. And I might do some more foliage right there. But remember too, we also have all of the, all that stuff that's going to be hanging down, I think. See if we can maybe use this brush for it. I'll maybe start with the asphaltum here. Tiny smidge of Terra Rosa. Take some of the paint off of that. And we'll just have this hanging down here. Almost like reflections in the water, but it is just almost like Spanish moss or whatever. But you can see because there's a little bit of the thinner in that. See how it's kind of a semi-translucent look. It's not absolutely everywhere. But just here and there. Again, everything very, lots of long vertical shapes. But again, we also want to have, I think, a little bit of translucency to this. Can always come back and kind of redo that branch there. But again, having some of these extended here. Like so. Gotta make sure that they're reasonably vertical though.
So say we all!
So say we all! And there is Landrast. Landrast, how the heck are you doing? Thank you so much. Doesn't seem like 8 months already, does it? So Landrast, I hope that you're doing well. And now this is the thing that we had to paint. I have no idea what it was, just some privateer press figure or whatever. I just threw some Bernie skulls on it and just did that real quick. So Landrast, I hope that everything's going well there. And actually, I wasn't sure if this was, well, if you were able to arrange another sort of a hobby weekend where you guys can sort of get together and just go berserk doing all kinds of hobby mischief. And of course, I spent a huge portion of last night and even parts of today trying to download files from the, I almost said the printing goes ever on, but from Medbury Miniatures. Here, I'm going to actually have this go that way a little more. That makes more sense. We're kind of utilizing the radiance once more. Just cause. Having some fun with Lothlorien. And of course we still have all the little, the blue stuff to add, or the little blue lights to add. And we still have a bunch more of this kind of light to add. So now we are, I think, going to start thinning this down a little bit. So I was telling you some colors just take more to get them into that more watery state. Well, and we talked about the opaques. Well, something like Brilliant Yellow Pale is definitely going to be among those. Now let's see if we can start to highlight some of the edges of our railings, banisters. It's weird where the elves have railings and banisters and where they do not. So again, the closer we get to our structure here, I think the more we are going to emphasize these highlights. This could almost be, well, yeah, we're going to need to light them from this side too because, well, it's getting mighty close to our structure here. And I can always hit these even one more time if I think it's necessary. Yeah, as I get closer to the structure here. Yeah, something like that. Oh, and we can do some extending of these things. I can highlight some of these, but now it's going to look like the branch comes in front of those. And we'll need to do some of that on these guys right here. Let's make sure we get a little bit more of the, again, the thinner end of that. Hey, Great Scott. Great Scott Minis, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Yes, we didn't get to do this last night. Oh, Landrast. Gee whiz, Landrast, I almost forgot. Whoops. So these did arrive, and of course the dragon. So thank you so much for that. I knew there was something I wanted to tell you, and it was driving me nuts that I couldn't remember because, well, that's just me not able to remember much of anything. The Landrast Hobby Lobby is going to be open for business tonight. Well, that's good. It's going to just be Hobby Landrast. Well, that's going to be great. I think, well, MTelly, speaking of getting stuff in the mail, I think MTelly's just got something in the mail too. Yeah, Landrest, it arrived this afternoon. Obviously, Kathy she had already taken off. And there it was. So thanks so much for that. We'll have to give those guys a try and see what we can do with those. Oh, I think, what the heck, I gave it a little bit. Oh, let's do some tracery on this too. I think we'll try and use some of the asphaltum here on those sides, and then also in here. Like so. Yeah, Atlanta, it's interesting, that dragon that you printed out, that's now as I saw it, I'm like, oh, that wasn't supposed to be their Smaug, unless you really enlarge the heck out of it. That's actually the size of just like a regular Moria dragon. So that's we'll make him into another Moria dragon. Hey, Terror Shard, nice to see you again. And oh, I think, well, yeah, I think I sent you a message about that. The Monster Mini Mayhem, about how their big metal dragon type guy is, again, just even the one that's supposed to be designed for smaller or shorter printers still is too tall. Oh, let's get a picture on this thing here. Almost forgot. We're starting to develop our little tracery stuff here. Hopefully I got one before we started doing that. All right, here, let's get a quick picture of this, because the pictures, I mean, even though we've got the video, sometimes it is sort of helpful just to have the pictures there. Terra Shard, just, well, it's been kind of an active couple of days. Yeah, we've got, well, in addition to now all of the Asgard files that came this way, now we've got a bunch of the Medbury Miniatures files, so there's going to be an awful lot of printing that has to be done. We've actually printed an awful lot of the Asgard stuff. And, well, fortunately, all the Medbury stuff is tiny. It's just infantry stuff, so that's really easy to print. Not quite so much with the Asgard stuff. So you can see we've reinforced these edges now. That starts to come forward that much more. We even do a little bit of a film noir on it. You can see even more now. The edges coming out on this. The structure comes out on this. So Terror Shard, we painted one. I don't know when, was this Monday we did this one? This might have been Monday, I think. Maybe not. We might have painted this one up on Monday. And it includes the snow effects. So that was the second of the Kitsune. It was either last Saturday. No, I think it was a Monday thing. I don't think it was a super long session. So again, just trying to find some shapes here that got a nice little bit of there. They're sort of interconnected here, like that. I think we can, yeah, these, they were a little bit too straight. They didn't have much curve. That's much better. They just had a bunch of straight ribs there. They weren't really like that. They're supposed to have a little more of a curve to them. And Turius, nice to see you. Boy, nice to see you back. I hope that, well, now it's getting to be a little bit later on a Friday. I hope that your Friday wasn't too crazy and you'll have yourself a really fun weekend. So Terror Shard, those were resin, but of course that's probably not a production version of the box that I was sent. Sometimes they will be printed figures. I don't know what the final production's going to be because Signum is one of those companies that's kind of offering both, I think, the printed stuff. I don't know if, yeah, they do also have STL files. So they're kind of among the hybrid folks. Terra Shard, I was just describing that, well, as I was talking to the folks from Medbury. You know, it says, well, and I was doing a podcast the other day where the person said, oh, the GW plastics have way more detail, all this other kind of stuff, which they sort of do until you start cutting them up and trying to file mold lines and do some of these other things, which ironically enough kind of damages some of that detail. And there's going to be mold lines running through critical areas, faces, hands. I mean, it's not supposed to be an insult to them or anything like that. It's what do you do with mold lines? It's not their fault. They have to put them somewhere. But they're still there. Whereas when you print stuff, no mold lines. And those, again, those mold lines will run through critical areas. It's just they are bound to. So this is the Van Dyke Brown mixed with some of our indigo, because now it's time to maybe do some of our darker foliage here. Or some of the darkest foliage anyways. Using the edge of, so this is one of the velvet color, the Princeton, I almost said liner brush, but the Princeton filbert brushes back to the indigo, the Van Dyke Brown. So instead of black, using the indigo and Van Dyke Brown together. Let's see. Oh, thanks so much, Flamingo Creations. So actually, Flamingo Creations, you know those, oh gosh, those armrests for keyboards, usually some kind of a gel foam type of a thing. Well, both of my arms are resting on one of those. Now here, obviously, I don't have, it's not like one of my usual miniatures, but when I have a miniature like this, both elbows are resting on that, then, so this hand is stable. This is not going anywhere. I could do this for hours and nothing's going to happen. But now see, this hand is resting on top of that hand. So it's like a tripod. So I could just sit here and not move because my body's not holding up any weight. It's just, it's laying on top of that, those different little, the gel things. And I just call them an elbow rest for keyboards. There might be some more sophisticated term than that. I don't know what that might be, but that works really well. See how we're just kind of rotating the brush around this way, and look at this, 2 fingers on that brush. Look, come on, no thumbs, no thumbs. And some of this stuff is going to start to head towards the background as we do a little bit more of this foliage stuff here. So again, we've got the indigo, the Van Dyke brown. You mix them together, you're going to get yourself a really dark color, but you got yourself a dark color as opposed to just some dead black or whatever. Black just has no color to it. This has at least some color to it. So elbow rest, and that's what we're doing, Tiago. We are definitely using it as an elbow rest. I know some people, when they're doing all the typing and the keyboard stuff, it's more of a, would you say they're putting their wrists on it, would you say? Oh, what is it? Carpal tunnel. That's the thing. That's the thing I had in mind, was that's supposed to maybe help with that a little bit. But yeah, since my arms are not bearing any of that weight, the miniature, I can just kind of sit there all day long, and that miniature's not going to be shaken or anything like that. Not going to be putting any stress on me. Oh, also too, in order to do this, I haven't been able to put much thinner on that brush. As soon as I start putting a bunch of thinner on that brush, you could see how that really changes the outlook on that. Right now we can grab this guy and use that as a bit of a blending brush there. So it's a number 12. That's one of the flat brushes that we're essentially using now as a well, a bit of a filbert. Let's grab this guy here. Remember that number 8 round craft brush was doing an awful lot of the leaf work here on our Isengard pick. So this was our last week's scene. I think we did that last Thursday. Maybe now I can start to think about some, I don't want to say individual leaves, but let's work in something that's a little bit more identifiable as, I don't want to say individual leaves again, but you see how the brush gets moved in different directions too? See how it's kind of going up this way? Now it's going, brush is being pointed down, directional brush strokes. We talk about them on miniatures. We most definitely talk about them on paintings here. You don't have the directional brush strokes, well, especially on these leaves. You really need those. Okay, some more this way. Maybe a bit more. We'll also maybe throw some lighter colors back there too. Thumb is gonna go there, so let's go back down here and do some darker leaves this way. And where's our little thing that we use to talk about our composition? There it is. So as we basically think of each of these as basically its own little 5x7, these were our areas that we were really wanting to establish that center of interest, and well, boom, right there. Think of it as that dot there That's this spot right over here. Again, a little bit of the indigo, a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, mix them together. Boy, I almost see that would have been too much with the dark leaves if I had done some of that right in there. I don't think I want to do too much of that. If I do, I'd have to come back and pretty much and just sort of smooth that out. This does require, boy, just enough thinner to make that paint flow. Oh, and by the way, we're 2.5 hours into this. 2.5 hours into this, it was a blank piece of illustration board. There wasn't even a drawing on it. We've done the drawing, we've done all the painting stuff here, all of this, all the resolution of all the snazzy little filigree and such, all of that within the last 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 56 seconds. Nah, don't like that. I think it's because the last few days I've actually had to use acrylics again. I've gotten back into the habit of just taking my hands and smearing things like that. I used to do that all the time with the acrylics. I did actually do an acrylic video for the Patreon page. That one's probably going to go up next week or so. This was the latest video right here. This was one of our dark sword videos. And that would get a lot of the same colors that we are utilizing here, also on that miniature that you just saw. And I need to do just a few little hints of this delicate trace work here. Like that. Maybe we can sneak some on here too. There we go. Again, big old brush here. Big old brush. I will continue, I think, to add this foliage. So flamingo, actually, my favorite thing, this is what I was going to start painting, was more of my spacescapes here. So these are, when I used to do 2D art, this is a lot of the stuff that I did. Now we'll actually scroll back up to some more of our 2D art here. So, whoops, there we go. So that is watercolors on hot press watercolor board. Love doing animal scenes and portraits. And of course, I love doing Babylon 5 art for sure. Now, we won't be able to do any pastels for many reasons. I love pastels, but that's just not a practical medium anymore, sadly. Now, I definitely will, like I said, I'll be doing some more spacescapes for sure. This is actually a painting that I did when I was 13. That was also oils. More spacescapes here. And then, of course, we have ourselves our that was a whole series of paintings that I did. You can check those out on the blog, just at wapeliusblogspot.com, and just check out the 2D art. So at some point, once we kind of worked our way through Middle Earth, or maybe even while we're still working our way through Middle Earth, I would really love to do some spacescapes. I'd absolutely love to do that. And we've done some other 2D art. We've done actually a ship of a picture of some Italian battleships at sea. And now we got some curvature to these roof lines. Same on this one. Much more curvature on those roof lines. So yeah, at some point, really looking forward to getting into some of the spacescapes. Absolutely love doing those. Some might, be from references, Hubble telescope images, and that sort of thing. And then others might just be, well, I have a couple of favorites like that Chaos and Creation that you saw. There was another one, oh, Endless Voyage. That's another one I would love to paint again. Okay, so I just kind of reestablishing that bridge, if you want to call it that. Boy, I think we need to make that branch stand out a bit more. Like so. Oh, thanks, Flamingo. And of course, well, it's really fun to have the miniatures, and I have to take some pictures of Saruman with this scene here. I mean, that is so much fun. Let's see, I haven't really had his horse in front of that very much. Ah, boy, there we go. Yeah, that's a very fun scene right there. So we'll certainly have to take some pictures of those things together. And of course, we love to use our object source lighting on miniatures too. Just earlier today, as part of the Gen Con thing, we were painting this miniature. And the speed, what was that, an hour? Well, we had less than an hour to paint that thing. And actually, for some of the folks very familiar with what we do here, everybody had to prime it black. So yeah, that was primed black. So if people, I know people have asked, can they prime things black and still maybe have it work for oils? Well, I mean, yes, you can. It certainly was much more difficult than doing our usual pre-glaze, no doubt about that. Okay, I'm gonna try and get some darker bits of foliage up here. So indigo, the Van Dyke brown. Darkening that up. Very tempted to darken the tree a bit more, but I think what we're going to do is stick with some of these. I wanted some of these to cross all the way down, all the way through to the end of the image here. Sort of act as an anchor to this, because remember, got to lead people into this image. You got to let them in and work their way through and then back out again. And again, we've got just James Wample on YouTube. You want to check out some of the video tutorials there. We have lots and lots of tutorials there. All of our highlights or all of our Twitch episodes are saved as highlights. So you want to see some of the past 2D art that we've done or any miniatures or whatever. If it was done on Twitch, you should be able to find them. Now, it's not quite like a YouTube channel where I can organize those. They just kind of, they're in the order that they happened. So I can't just organize them into, oh, look, here's all of the 40K stuff, or here's all of the Lord of the Rings stuff. You'll have to do a wee bit of searching. But you might find other things really that could be interesting to watch along the way too. So I see what I need to do here. I see what I need to do there. Let me I'll just get some of the darker tone out of this, and we'll come back to a little bit of the turquoise. Or maybe gray. That might be too light even. Let's see what this will do here. Because these two are pretty much the same value. Even that tiny bit. Maybe we'll push that a little more. Yeah. Now that looks like it's in front of it there. And we got ourselves some coffee nerdy beer. We have coffee nerdy, not beer in here, but thank you so much for that coffee nerdy beer. And if you want to shout yourself out, please do so. Armored Wolf would normally do that, but he is at Gen Con right now. So if you want to do the honors for coffee nerdy beer, I did see your latest post on that beverage, but actually, if you want to post coffee nerdy beer, you want to post some of your Instagram on your latest figure, and Grim, if you wanted to post your Discord there and your YouTube channel that you've been working on with some of your kind of intro started oil videos there. Sorry, I neglected to mention that. It's again, it's the day got off to a very crazy start. It was not the kind of start of the day, and it just kind of was more hectic from there. So I apologize if I'm forgetting things. Thanks, Coffee Nerd Beer. I appreciate that. This is one that I've been really thinking about for a while, doing this Lothlorien scene here. I just wasn't quite sure. Now there's a couple of Lothlorien scenes actually that like this one down here is very interesting. There's a few that could be very fun, so we could be revisiting this theme a few times maybe. And we'll come back to our a little bit of the cadmium yellow, some of the I almost keep wanting to call it Egyptian violet, but that's some of our Indian yellow. I might need to have a little bit more of our opaque color in there. Yeah, just to again have this start to reflect a little bit more down onto this roof line a bit. There's our indigo again. We're just going to tighten up that line once more. So we want that light to be shining down on this. Maybe even some more of that on this lower roof section here. There we go. And if everybody can please check out the Discord and then the YouTube channel posted by Grim there. Grim has been trying to do some analysis type things and some helpful stuff for especially for folks that are sort of just getting started in their oil painting journey. And the Discord is there for folks to discuss, show their stuff, ask questions, that sort of thing. I might even get a smidge, yes, a smidge of it right along here too. And then I have to remember that this is also, it's not, I don't want it to look like a metal roof or something like that. We also have some of these sort of curved, not quite shingles. Not quite shingles. So, Coffee Nerdy, did you actually figure out, the last I saw of your one post there, you were trying to kind of figure out, there was a couple of areas on that you were trying to figure out what you wanted to do. And I was wondering if you had worked out what it was you wanted to do there. So a Bones mashup from ReaperCon. All right, again, looking for some hints of some roof tiles, shingles again. Gotta keep them in the perspective though. Can see how these are kind of foreshortened here, like a bunch of weird little smiley faces. And sort of one, yeah, it's kind of latched onto the others here. All right. I think so. I'm working on her skin at the moment. So yeah, because you had worked on the bottom there. Oh, thank you very much, Flamingo Creations. That is much appreciated. We could use a little bit of this right now. That is very much appreciated. So it's medicine, right? Nobody likes to take medicine, but we just do it for of course, the good of the stream, don't we? Once again, have to make sure that we stay in keeping with all of the lots of curvy things here. So many curved elements to keep track of. And I think we need to maybe do the same thing here too. Do we need some more? Oh, I don't think so. I think we're almost okay. Uh, something here maybe just to break this down. Might even have to. No, I don't want to darken that too much. I'm just gonna use. I'm gonna use this as a blending brush. Actually, bit of a blending brush there. Thank you so much, Flamingo. That is really appreciated. Uh, once I was able to realize just how helpful it was to have the 2D art here on the channel, because it's hard to see a miniature. Actually, some of my old tutorial videos, when it was a miniature with, okay, I mean, even this is large, right? That's a 70. Oh, actually, that's kind of fun. Oh, I might need to take a picture of that too. But that's a 72 mil. When you get something small like this guy here, I used to actually do a little portrait on a piece of paper or something like that. I think I might need to start doing some of those again. I just was reminded of that, I guess, earlier today. Ah, so you got so excited to start one of the latest minis in oils, you forgot to prime the little guy? Uh-oh. Well, hopefully it's all good. All right, let's get that straighter. Straighten that out a little bit. So always trying to find, I guess, new ways to relay the information. Because, I mean, everybody's painting experience is a little bit different. The reasons for doing it a little bit different. I'm going to go back to the asphaltum here. And see, well, that's what we need to do. That's what's missing in here. We did some of this back in here with the lighter, almost like inner highlights on some of those beams. Let's see if we can do that again. Here, we're going to grab some of that brilliant yellow pale, some of the Indian yellow. That's what's missing right here. And also here. I knew there was something weird. Why wasn't it quite meshing with what we were doing over there? Hey, Deuce, nice to see you. Sorry, I don't have any sort of Lothlorien or even Fangorn Forest emotes. If I had more emotes available, I think the only way we're ever going to get more of those pretty much is to do I guess, the partner thing or whatever. I don't know how many more emotes you get. Boy, you know what? The heck with it. I'm going to do that here. I didn't really want to, but I think it just needs a little bit more of a kick right here. Again, this is supposed to be even in front of that. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, put a little more kick right here, and maybe even do something like that. Okay, yeah, now that feels like this is coming forward and this recedes ever so slightly. And here, we're going to do a quick film noir, then we're going to take another little work in progress of this. So now the edges are really starting to take over here. Because even if you were to do something like this, there's still some interesting shit. Like this kind of pulls you in, moves you this way. So there's still some interesting shapes to look at, even though it's all upside down or this way or whatever. Because that was something, boy, if you were back in the art school days, if you said, well, you have to hold it this way, they would say, well, that composition is not a good one. If it can't stand on its own and literally be able to be held in any direction and still look interesting, you might want to rethink that composition. All right, there we go. Another one of our work in progress pictures there. So that sounds interesting there, Deuce. Okay, what we haven't done? Some of the things we just did here. Well, how's about we do that over here too? Again, this one is a little bit tricky. It's so darn small. We also need to. It looks like. We didn't do this yet. I knew there was something missing here. But because we are working on the entire thing at one time, see that another edge here, right? It's pointed towards this. It should probably catch some of that light. Now, maybe not too much of it. We're also going to come back into this with some of our more diluted light. We also have our little bright starry type things here. I'm going to maybe just utilize this here. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Some Prussian blue, maybe. And I might just throw some more of my white out here. Let's get some of the up in the corner here, just so we have it. Something like that. So Prussian blue, some of our white. We have to do all these little light dots here. I was looking at the picture and said, what is so different about that? And then I realized we haven't done any of these yet. And what we'll have to do is kind of position these. And then we'll have to come back in with a blending brush and sort of dim those around the edges. And maybe not too much of the thinner there. Flamingo, if you look at the corners down here, I tend to have some references there. Sometimes if I'm doing miniatures, sometimes there's concept art. Obviously for the Landscapes of Middle Earth, I really wanted to have it as, I suppose you could say, as close to the movie stuff as possible. So we try to have references whenever we can. Oh, we need one right here. Right there. With another one here. Another one there. And sometimes, again, with the miniatures, there might be a really solid reference to it. Sometimes it's more just a general guide. Oh, look at this. Why do we have that blue here? Look at this. We're going to highlight some of the leafy bits here. If you go back and watch our Isengard one, we certainly had a few references for that. Can never hurt to have the references. It's a nice solid base for you to work from. Is there any other? Oh, yeah. I think we could have one out here. Maybe I'll need to throw some more dark colors out there. Boy, there's a lot of little lights in the background. All right, we're going to take even more of that paint out of that brush there. Just check and see, do we have any kind of paint sitting on this brush? We have a little bit of the yellow sitting in there, so we're going to just, again, we want to just get rid of some of the paint that's on there, but we don't want to use a lot of liquid. If we use the liquid there, well, not going to be really good for a blending brush, is it? Oh, no problem, Flamingo. It's really great to have the questions because, well, I'm sure there's other folks that, well, even if they see this after the fact, and it's going to help them because it's a question that they wouldn't have gotten to ask, right? Because if they're watching it after the fact, and it's always nice to know that there's new folks that are watching as well. It's obviously spectacular to have our same returning folks. But, well, let's just say I've been doing the teaching thing for a very long time. So really, really, really used to answering questions. It kind of enhances the overall value of the lesson for sure. Now minus that fuzz. There we go. Get rid of the fuzz on that. I know that the references, they can be hard to see, especially if you're watching on a phone, because, well, they're tiny, right? They are extra, extra tiny. So now we're starting to get some of our little lights in here. Even this right now is still not straight up white. I mean, it's there, it's light, but still not actual straight up white. And we'll be able to do some dimming of those or some smoothing of those, but we just have to put the paint on there. We got to leave it there. Then we come back and mess with it. We're not going to be messing with it right away. And of course, I know a lot of folks, they ask questions about the brushes. These are just synthetic brushes. For the most part, craft brushes. Like this one that we were doing all this detail stuff with, that's a 25-cent craft brush, by the way. The thing that we started with, the Royal Langnickel, that's maybe about a 20-cent craft brush. And this is another synthetic right here. This liner brush is maybe $4.50, somewhere in that range. I used to use, especially as a watercolorist, I used to use sable brushes all the time, but the reliability on those has sunk to a point where, well, I can't rely on them anymore. So we just don't use the liner brushes, or we don't use the sable brushes anymore. It's kind of a bummer. Always liked the sable brushes, but, well, can't rely on the quality of them anymore. Not going to pay that much on a guess. It's got to be a little bit more. All right, this is what I'm getting for my $17, $18, $20, whatever. If you had to do a monochromatic piece, well, Deuce, you would probably use something like an indigo because you have obviously the darkness of that. When we were doing watercolors, Van Dyke Brown was the color that it was either that or raw umber. You basically had a choice between those two. Now, of course, the Van Dyke Brown / raw umber type stuff, it's got a little bit more warmth to it than the indigo. So yeah, I think most folks would probably choose something like a Van Dyke Brown or a raw umber. I would prefer Van Dyke Brown just because, well, it's so much darker, for sure. It's got a little bit more of our Prussian blue in it. Let's see if we can reinforce some of this right here. Again, just looking for a few little. Why? Because this now comes in front of that tree. It's in front of that tree, but doesn't come too far forward because it's not warm like everything that we have over there. We can have some of the warm colors, hit some of this. We can still do something like that. I could even, it's not like everything over the tree has to be a light color or dark color. We could have some light leaves pass in front of the tree here. Like that. So I'm going to go back to, speaking of my craft brush here, I'm just going to go back to that craft brush. And again, you can see we can do lots of small, little tiny things, even with that big old craft brush. Probably more efficiently, because those big old bristles are going to hold a whole lot more paint. So yeah, as far as, well, obviously you would have to have some other color if you were going to be painting a miniature. You would need some kind of a light, some kind of a dark. Probably something maybe like a brilliant yellow pale instead of just a white. The radiants might not be, I would say they're probably not just light enough on their own to be that light color. All right, even this, I think I need to break up that just a smidge there. And here too, maybe just not quite as light as what we did over there, but just a little. Also to that edge, I think was a little too stark. It's about edge control. Had to just knock down that edge a little bit. Continue to add all of our little leafy bits out here. More leafy bits up here. Like so. And then we'll come back with even some more dark leaves. Now we're trying to get them away from being big old masses of leaves. We're trying to have some leaves here that have a little bit of a pattern, like some of the leaves go this way, some come down this way. Oh, thanks, Queez. Thanks. I wasn't quite sure if people were going to hate this one or if they were going to be like, because it's kind of different, right, from all the other ones that we've done. And I wasn't quite sure if people were gonna be okay with this type of a scene. I mean, I thought it could be interesting, and maybe we could really try and do some interesting stuff with it. Just wasn't sure. Yeah, I got maybe a couple of some of these roof tiles, shingles, whatever, with a little bit of shading on them. See what we can do with that. I think maybe a little bit of yellow again to bring that forward again. Our brilliant yellow pale. Maybe lighten that up just a smidge more. Something like this. Yeah, it really
Who enters my domain?
really is unexpected, right, Queez? Man, oh man. And oh, look at this. Look at this. We got ourselves some Reaper here on a Friday night. It must be it must have been like a Friday D&D sort of a session right there. So let's welcome in all of our Let's welcome. Oh, and thank you, say Core Mechanical. Thank you very much for that sub. That is much appreciated. Look at that. That is 9 months. That equals a painting offspring right there, right? So yeah, toe prints. I wasn't. It obviously it's very different from, and we'll just start showing some of our previous landscapes to all the folks that have joined via the Reaper raid. So we are painting in our oil paints here. Gamlin, Windsor, Newton, the usuals. And we are doing some more of our Landscapes of Middle Earth. So this is a little Lothlorien here. We've got the Lonely Mountain there. Obviously a wee bit of Isengard here. And of course we have our Mordor. We've got the Argonath here. Some Argonath and respect the Umbar. The Corsairs of Umbar. Love those guys. Now we're normally painting miniatures here. Actually, we painted this during ReaperCon. This is speaking of Reaper Bones, that's a Bones miniature. We just painted this up a few weeks ago. I think this was day 1 of ReaperCon. Yeah, this is for actually one of our Lord of the Rings armies. But today we're just doing a little bit of a landscape, trying to show, well, all the same things we would normally do on a miniature, except, well, we're doing these in 2 dimensions. It's a very flat miniature. It's a very, very flat miniature right there. So Malambo, this has all been, let's see, 3 hours, 4 minutes ago. Um, that's what we had. 3 hours, 4 minutes ago, it was just this. There was no drawing, no nothing. And actually, you can go back and watch all of our past sessions on either via Twitch here, or you can also check out the YouTube channel. Now, of course, here's another Reaper miniature also painted in oils during a past ReaperCon. Everyone's like, wait a minute, why doesn't Gandalf keep coming around here and messing up this place? He only comes around my place with his stupid little friends and his pipe weed. Oh my goodness, can't resist that. Just can't resist it. Let's see, here's another, this is another one of the miniatures we painted during a recent ReaperCon. Right here. So a little bit of object source lighting. And we used the exact same oil paints that we're using on our paintings right here. This was painted in, I don't know, it was about 5 hour stream-ish, something like that. 5.5 hours. So Malambo, yep. Well, we like to, sometimes I like to come back in with another brush and do see a little bit of scumbling here. So we're able to soften some of these edges like over here. I could even take some of my thinner, come back and really, really soften some of those, almost break down the paint a little bit. But yep, all of this is still wet. Now, the oils are going to dry on, usually the oils that I put on miniatures, somewhere with 8 to 12 hours, maybe 14 hours. If I use cadmium colors, well, maybe it could be more like 16, 18 hours for them to dry completely. Then once they've had maybe a couple of days to really set, then I'll just put my usual Army Painter anti-shine over the top of them. So Malambo, I've been using oils on the miniatures for, well, 5 years now. Yeah, for 5 years now. I mean, here's just a few quick little examples here. So these guys done with the oil paints. That's another Reaper Bones Dragon, all painted in oils. The entire Moria army all painted with oils. And of course, we even paint our terrain with oils. And let's see, here's some of the Dunlendings and our Wolves of Isengard, again, all painted with oils. Same with the Dwarves right here. And of course, all of these guys were painted with oils. And there's some units and units of those. The Song of Ice and Fire Dragons. These are very recent sets of streams that we've done. So here's actually, this is some cav stuff here, very, very small. These are some 72 mil sculpts. And of course, well, more Song of Ice and Fire, some Thousand Suns. Oh, look at this, more goblins to go with our Moria army. And of course, these big old trolls that we did. Big old troll. And here's well, some new Reaper miniatures right there. Those all done with oils. Yeah, let's get back to our scene. So you can check out the YouTube channel. You can check, again, you can go back and watch some of the previous Twitch episodes that we've done and see all of the oil goodness. The oils, fortunately, well, they're more durable for sure. They are also more luminous, and well, they are cheaper than acrylics because they will last you forever. You will, even I, pretty much never need to buy more oil paints, which is saying something. Oh, sure, Molambo. Now, actually, there's one of the more recent YouTube videos has this, also recent Twitch session. So this is from Loot Studios. It's a 3D printed miniature. And then this is from The Printing Goes Ever On. So two different types of Galadriels here, but done with all of the freehand bits. And then, of course, these kind of semi-translucent cloth on her arms there. So again, you can go back and check out all of those sessions. I wish I could organize them the way I organize all of my YouTube stuff, but I think Twitch is not even aware that you can do highlights that last forever. I'm pretty sure they're not aware of that yet. Thank goodness. So, and here's one of our Thousand Suns right here. And of course, we've even gone so far as to create some of our own oil paints right here. Taking pigment powders, mixing them with linseed oil to make the metallics and also our fluorescent paints. And here's our Alfie guy right here. So we've done an awful lot of TMM with the oils as well. Even the freehand stuff that's done on this is all done with the oil metallics. Pretty much anytime someone says, well, you certainly can't do this with the oils, well, that's just a challenge that has to be met. And we'll just say, well, okay, I guess we need to show that we can. Yeah, Intrurius always been kind of Zinchi. That's why the Tomb Kings have very much that Zinch, that taint of Zinch to them. Because, well, I wasn't going to paint Tomb Kings like everybody else's Tomb Kings, for one thing. That's for sure. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I can get into that Prussian blue here. So Flamingo Creations went to the American Academy of Art years ago. And that was sort of part fine art, part commercial art school. And we did 2D art for, well, like I said, many years before we started doing the miniatures 20 years ago. And we pretty much just started to apply all the same things that we would do with our 2D art onto the miniatures. And it all just kind of went from there. So we're going to see if we can lighten these up a bit. Yes, now of course I'm going to have to be repainting some of my backdrops if we want to still be able to keep doing our puppet shows. Well, at least the more enhanced puppet shows, right, with all of the painted backdrops and everything. So I guess we'll have to repaint some of the ones that that have been sold or whatever, so that we can still have some fun with all of our favorite characters. Oh, thanks so much, Queez. I appreciate the vote of the confidence there. So Malambo, usually, I don't know, it could be somewhere between 2 to 4 days afterwards. I'll just take the same Army Painter anti-shine brush on that I use on my acrylic miniatures. The brush cleaner is the same as our acrylic stuff, because look at that. For dried acrylic and oils, no hazards, no vapors, nothing like that. This is the same parchment paper that I just would throw my acrylics on, because we still do acrylic videos. We still actually do some of those tutorials. In fact, I'll be putting one up on the Patreon page probably in a couple of days. Bettany, how you doing? Thanks so much for dropping by. Yeah, I didn't get to do my usual Thursday Landscapes of Middle Earth, so I thought, well, let's see if we can maybe try and squeeze that in tonight. So of course we had to try and do that. I hope that you're doing well, and well, happy Saturday, because it's definitely Saturday down there. Oh, thanks, Queez. So the Queez has posted a link to the Patreon page, and again, if you do that $15 Army Painter pledge level, now of course, if you sign up while I'm doing this, you'll have to wait till I'm done. But if you sign up for that Army Painter pledge level, you're gonna have 900 hours worth of videos to watch, probably actually more. And of course, we're adding, somewhere between 20 to 24 hours of new videos every single month. So once you have completely exhausted your Netflix and your Disney Plus and whatever else, and your Amazon, well, you'll have plenty of other videos to watch. Yeah, let's keep adding some of our highlights to our bridge here. It's not a bridge too far. And it covers basing, it covers terrain. Actually, this right here, where's our Lonely Mountain? This is actually a Patreon tutorial right here because we're using the exact same colors that we use on our miniatures, but something like this that's a little bit more open. It can be an actually easier way. We also do different things like this where we've got some color chart. This actually was along with a video, and sometimes we do just separate videos just doing, well, various colors to kind of do some comparisons with them. Let's see. Oh, no problem. So Malambo, these are all Crescent hot press illustration boards, so we're just painting right on here. No, we're not throwing any gesso down or anything like that. We're actually kind of looking to have as smooth of a surface as possible because that lets us do some more, well, finer things like this, but also it more closely resembles the surface of a miniature, right? Because your surface of your miniature is probably going to be on the smoother side. And we're always, again, trying to kind of multitask with the various lessons. Boy, if we can teach this while we're doing this or whatever. And the thinner that we use is just it's a high quality odorless paint thinner. Now in the US, that brand is called Speedball, and Mona Lisa is sort of the sub brand. Man, you can get that on Amazon, Michael's, Hobby Lobby. I mean, you can get that a lot of different places. All right, Coffee Nerdy Beer, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate that. If everybody could please give Coffee Nerdy Beer a follow, that would be fantastic. And you have a good one. Hopefully, we see it tomorrow. Thanks to Prince. I really do appreciate that. And with the Patreon videos, what I don't want it to be is, oh look, it's another video on this or yet another video on the same thing. Like this one right here. This is the latest video that I just filmed and put up. This had more to do with a new paint color. I mean, yeah, we were painting a miniature, but it was also to piggyback on another set of videos or another video that we just did, where we were comparing different types of browns. So instead of maybe using the Brilliant Yellow Pale, we tried these new colors instead. So I'm always trying either new colors, new brands of things, something like that. Instead of, oh look, it's another object source lighting tutorial. Also too, I do army painting series where we're taking basically an entire unit of different figures and figuring out the color scheme, figuring out a basing scheme, and then trying to make that work for, well, say someone who maybe has a limited painting schedule. Maybe you can't sit there and spend 8, 10, 12, 16, 18 hours a day like I do. We also try and make it for folks where maybe all they can spend is a couple hours a day max, or even less. A little bit of a reflected light again. We've got this well, little teensy light right here. We're also going to start to soften up some of the edges around this. We also need to think about almost making a little bit vaguely more star-like, I think. Is this the 8? No, that's just a 10 0. We'll have to grab our 18 zeros, I think, for some of this. So Malambo, actually, I did do a few of those. That would be on the blog at wapeliusblogspot.com, and some of them were more like this, where there was kind of a mural on a wall behind him. I've also done with Dark Sword miniatures. Not sure if you're familiar with Dark Sword, but all of the Dark Sword miniatures, for the most part, are based on paintings. So what I would kind of do is take the miniatures and sort of retrofit them and essentially recreate the painting but in 3D. So I would use the miniatures to essentially create the painting. Larry Elmore art, that sort of thing. And I'd a few of the, at least 3 or 4 dioramas that I did had some definite painted backdrops to them. And that's something that I will be doing for some new tutorial videos. Especially now that I've got, well, but with the 3D printing, I have sort of an infinite supply of miniatures for that, of various themes. Tempted to lighten that up some more, but I'm not going to. Can't quite do that. I am going to bring out a little bit more of my, yeah, like that. So, yeah, I think we need to do the same thing in here. Sort of like what we did down there. Maybe not quite as pronounced. Oh, thanks, Toe Prince. Yeah, we've done a lot of terrain, lots of display boards. So it looks like Flamingo has grabbed some popcorn. So here's some of the older armies that we've done. Let's grab. Let's see where we've got our Tomb Kings here. So B-roll for some Paintiversary. Where are we at here? There we go. Okay, so there's our Tomb Kings. So this is an army that we did back in what, 2014? Lots and lots of conversion, lots of scratch sculpting, lots of, well, all of the bases, everything done completely in freehand. And pretty much everything on that top level was all sculpted from scratch. All that stuff on the top. And then, of course, a similar thing for our Lizardman army right there. Those 2 engines of the gods in the background. Those were sculpted from scratch. Sculpey, a couple different times to sculpt this too with the palanquin, and well, most people said, Jim, you just sculpted those just so you could paint spacescapes on them. And there's the general of the army, Sticky Wicket. Yeah, that was a painting I did in 2009, and there is the miniature also done in 2009. And here's some images of the display board that we did. And you'll see some more. There's tons and tons. There's hundreds of blog posts that show how those things were made, so you can go back and check those out. So yeah, usually my moderator is here. He's able to post links like that, but some generous folks in the chat, they have been kind enough to kind of go through, look through the blog and find relevant things, or the Patreon too. So thank you very much, all you kind folks doing that. It'll probably be, I don't know if, I think Armored Wolf is going to be, it's going to take him a while to get back to Alaska after Gen Con. So I would think it would be next Thursday, would probably be the earliest that we have Armored Wolf back. That's Owen. Grim is going to go walk that dog and go look for some squirrels. Now, I might have to think about adding some dark colors in the background here too. Not sure just yet, but we might have to do that. So using some Indian yellow along with a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale. Just like we've highlighted some of the interiors of these archways, we got to do the same. I think over here, yeah, there we go. Doesn't look quite so flat over there anymore. And where's our blending brush? We'll go back to our blending brush here. Let's get some of the paint out of that. I think some of this paint has been here long enough. Yeah, that's set up nicely now. Especially ones like this over here. This is why we don't really need the airbrush, right? We got the oils. We have the oil paints and we have hairy sticks. And that'll work just fine. Soften some of these down a little bit more too. And let's come back in with some of our darker leaves. I wanted to get some of these, all these little lights in first. So we're taking that's our indigo and some of the Van Dyke brown together. And just work on some of our darkest leaves here. These are the ones that are going to be coming towards us the most. Probably minus this area here where our big old thumb has to go because, well, reasons of thumb having to be there. But I think we can also get a little bit more of, again, creating this structure just like we did on our Isengard image here. And where's our, well, even here too, remember with the grass that we had on our Edoras image, we had to make that grass look like it was going further and further into the background. We need to do that with our trees right here. I think for sure where our little glowy light is, we're going to try and get some more dark around that. That's going to enhance just how light that is. Maybe even on this tree branch here. Not everywhere, not absolutely everywhere, just a couple of key areas on that. Thank you so much, Luminous. How the heck are you doing? Thank you very much. So Luminous, I hope that you're having yourself a good Friday. We're just having some fun in Lothlorien right now. Little bit of Lothlorien fun. I think I might even get some of this dark color around this light. You must have dark to show light.
Who enters my domain?
We've got a raid incoming from Sofera. Thank you so much, Sofera. I appreciate that. And, well, I'm sure you're probably stuck behind an ad wall right now. So once you have gotten out from behind that, we can issue all the proper greetings and say hello to all of our new raiders. And welcome to the channel here where we're taking a break from our usual miniature painting and doing a little bit of 2D art. So yes, normally we paint miniatures on the channel here. Hey, Wolf Parable, nice to see you. So no ad wall, that's good. And thank you so much, Cans72, for that follow or for the chat right there. So yes, this was last week's Landscape of Middle Earth. A little bit of Isengard right there. Now we're turning to Lothlorien, and of course it's always really fun to hear Sir. This is extra fun, just to do something like this. And he says, "Yep, that's my house. That is my house, except minus all the factories. See all these trees right here? Industry, baby, industry. That's key." So thanks so much for that raid. And yes, sometimes we're painting, well, larger scale miniatures. I guess this is a little bit more appropriate right here for this sort of a little bit of Galadriel right here. Unless you should happen to offer Galadriel a certain ring, which she accepts, and then she becomes dark and terrible, and all will love her and despair. So Wolf Parable, I hope that you're doing good. I saw your last couple of Instagram posts there. So looking fabulous. Megan, how you doing? Let me see. I think we're all caught up there. Yes. And actually, Sophia, if you want to do a shout yourself out there, that is fine. Again, our moderator he's out of town for a few more days. So if you want to shout yourself out there, that is fine. And thanks again for that raid. And if you got any Instagram pictures I know you just finished your stream, so probably don't have photos right this second. But if you got some work in progresses or whatever. So yeah, Lumines, well, guess what? We have even more new files that we're going to have to print. Those are from Medbury Miniatures. They will be very helpful in our Lord of the Rings quest there. And of course, I know we've printed up, where the heck are they? Some of those Asgard Rising busts. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. That is not it either. They're around here somewhere. Where did you guys go? Maybe you're over here. Ah, there you are. Yeah. So these are new from Asgard Rising. They're about to start a Kickstarter campaign, so we've been trying to get these things printed up. And we're also going to snap a quick picture of this now that, here. We've been taking pictures of these. If you check out the Instagram, just Wapelius on Instagram, you can sort of see the step-by-step images of these. You can also watch on YouTube some shortened versions of these tutorials. Ah, you do have an Instagram. So yeah, actually, Sophira, if you have any sort of work in progress things there. Now, sometimes people, they just kind of scamper off and they go take pictures, and then next they're able to post links to them. But if you got yourself some work in progress already, that would be just fine. So yeah, see how that's going to kind of recede to the background via these darker leaves in the front here. So it looks like Lamines is doing a little bit of Cheetos, hopefully not in a beanbag chair, potentially underdressed. Because for some reason, people tend to eat the Cheetos in a beanbag chair, somewhat devoid of extra clothing. Not sure what it is about the Cheetos, unless people don't want to get the Cheetos on their clothes, so they just go minus the clothes there. You know what? Maybe we won't darken these too much here. Oh, should that go in front of it? We'll have that pass in front of this. That's better. Queez says all the clothes are covered in paint and fake dirt. Well, Queez, any kind of clothes that I wear, it doesn't matter. They all eventually get destroyed by paint. I mean, there is no way to not have the clothes not get destroyed by paint. Oh, thanks, Sophia. Well, they're really, really helpful. You know, something like, well, even our Argonath, as bright as the colors are on this, I mean, they're even more of a high chroma on this thing. And there's so many fun things that you can try and show. I know we did the thing with Boromir, and of course, our crazy one with Gandalf versus the Balrog. Not sure if you saw that one. That one really, really, really had some intensely bright colors on it. And so Queez is snorting out some resin dust. So Queez, nobody makes a resin that's Cheeto color, do they? Can you now? I've seen some pretty bright resin colors for printing, but I don't know. Does somebody do a Cheetos colored resin? I'm just visualizing somebody painting a miniature where the miniature is basically printed like a Cheeto. Oh, thanks, Sophia. Yeah, that was one that was sold and went off to its forever home there. But it was really fun to have that, at least even briefly, as a puppet show backdrop for Gandalf, of course, to explain why the fight against the Balrog didn't go so well. Because all he had was a kitchen utensil and a glow stick. And of course, the Balrog had a big giant whip. And again, Gandalf, glow stick, and a kitchen knife. Let's see. Oh, thanks, thanks, Termit Cheese, which is I guess we summoned you by talking about the Cheetos there. But thanks so much for the kind words. Yes, well, I guess sponsored by Doritos. Here, just bringing a couple more of our darks right there. So again, thanks, Termit Cheese. I appreciate that. I'll never forget all the conversations with Armored Wolf and some of the other folks in the chat. Do you think people are actually going to want to see 2D art? I mean, they're used to seeing miniature painted. Do you think they're going to be okay if it's 2D art or something like that? And they said, yeah, I mean, definitely give it a shot. And I'm really glad that people can get some information out of this too, because that's really important. I'm going to darken this down just a smidge right here. But now we got to figure out what's going on with this. We never really did our roof line over here. We also have I'm going to say that passes in front of that branch. We'll make an executive decision here. Thanks, Wolf Parable. What's funny is this one too, I wasn't quite sure. I said, are people going to be okay with this particular landscape right here? I wasn't sure if they would, I don't know, as far as the identifiability of it, but it sure seems like people are able to identify what's going on very easily, which is fantastic. I mean, obviously things like, this, it's pretty darn obvious, right? But wasn't sure if people would just figure this is just a generic sort of fantasy landscape or not. Well, thanks for lurking while you do the doggy care stuff there, Sophia. So Termit, actually, my favorite thing to paint is, well, some wildlife, but also spacescapes. I really love painting spacescapes. And here we actually have, well, let's get over here to, let's see if we have some of our other 2D art here. It's gonna take a little while to scroll up here. A little while to scroll up this way. I think we also have, do we have one right here? Where's our, nope, that's not it. Sorry, I'm just trying to find one of my other paintings that we did here in the past. Not able to find that, but we'll just get back to our older paintings here, like so. So I always love doing wildlife stuff. Really enjoyed that. And of course, Babylon 5 was another. I loved painting portraits, and of course, a show like that. Now, don't get to paint the pastels anymore, but really enjoy doing the spacescapes, of course. So yeah, those are, and also so we've done some paintings. Oh wait a minute, is this it? Nope, that's not it. Never mind. I'm looking to see some of my stuff ends up in weird places here. Let's get back down to my regular scene. That's the one we need. Oh, thanks, Termit. And well, on the blog, there are many, 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 many more paintings there too. That's just wapeliusblogspot.com. A whole series of Arthurian paintings. So Wolf Parable, trying to kind of work my way around Middle Earth, but also trying to show some different principles. Now here, well, okay, I think I can do this. I have it saved. So you can check that out. That's actually a piece of terrain, and you'll recognize the inspiration behind that piece of terrain that I did years ago. So Termit Cheese, we use oils on all of on the miniatures on these paintings. Here's the 3 main brands, just to get them out here. So Windsor, Newton, and Gamlin, they are really similar in price and quality. Very nice paints. Now the Williamsburg is going to set you back a little bit more, but they tend to be a little bit more elevated line of paint. We've also made our own oil paints. This is taking linseed oil and metal powders, and this is taking linseed oil and fluorescent powders and making our own paints out of those. And well, here's one of the miniatures painted with some of those homemade fluorescent paints. So get back to the indigo, doing some of these darker sets of leaves up here, a little bit smaller. So that's why we had to have these softer groups of leaves kind of in the distant background, so that when we added these, they would come more to the foreground. So I think we're caught up there. Oh, Termite cheese. It's interesting because back in the day, everybody, well, when I was in art school, they all kind of visualized themselves doing like the book cover art for your role playing manuals, that sort of thing, and box art for various games and such. That was kind of movie posters even. That was sort of what everybody in the art school kind of visualized themselves doing. I used to do 2D art until, well, the 9/11 was a circumstance that pretty much took out the 2D art business, and much the same way stuff in 2020 kind of sublimated a bunch of businesses. And that's when we started doing the miniatures, and the miniatures took over. And really, if it wasn't for Twitch, I'm not sure if I would ever be doing the 2D art again. Now, who knows? Maybe if this was around 20 years ago, maybe we might still be doing 2D art. Who knows? But I mean, it works out the way it works out. And it's really fun to use the oil paints on the miniatures because, well, we can do so many fun effects. We don't have to rush around like crazy. Now, of course, having something like Twitch, when I was last painting 2D art, it was pagers and you've got mail. So think of the technology difference. We certainly weren't able to print up our own miniatures like this. That was I never even visualized something like that happening. The fact that I could just print this up and paint this, that is not really something that you think about 20 years ago. Heck, you were just hoping to have a working 2D printer 20 years ago that could actually print something decent. Well, Wolf Parable, I'm glad that the miniatures were able to give you really something to, I mean, not a distraction, but something more than that, right? Where you, like you say, you could try and kind of elevate things, and maybe the time to enjoy it instead of being kind of exhausted. Oh, now I have to paint miniatures after doing this other thing all day long. So I think that has helped a lot of folks. But I mean, here we've kind of, I don't know, I really like doing this. The conventions and stuff, unfortunately, it's really hard to reach more than one person at a time because, well, you're always trying to shout over all the general din that's going on, and nobody can hear what you're saying. And it's also very hard to do things like film noir like this, where we take away the color and say, oh, look, edge control. See, now that we're getting some more darks up here, that starts to stand out that much more. Let's bring back some of that color now. Now we'll continue to add some more of our darks before we kind of come back maybe with some mid-tones. I think I see, yeah, a little bit of a flourish on the edge of the, well, whatever that little canopy is right there. Ooh, this, well, I'm going to extend out the dark that way just right up and end it there where the light is. Maybe we'll enhance a little bit. No, I want those to be as spindly as possible. We really need to make those nice and spindly. I think I'm going to also have to, in the backdrops here, I think we'll have to put some a little bit darker, something like this maybe. Now that might be a little too much. Let's come back over here to some of that Terra Rosa. And then maybe essentially the pulls from the other side, right? So that it actually looks like a structure there. Back to some of our, a little bit of this turquoise color here maybe. And see what we can do for these little roof lines here. Maybe even a couple of the shingles being a little more pronounced. Where we have our, where the blue should be taken over, or at least some of the turquoise should be anyways. And this is some of the same type of detailing that we did. Where's our Rivendell scene here? I think this is it. Yeah. Now, of course, this is just a print of it real quick here, but a lot of all that tracery and all the stuff that we did on these porticos, that's some of the same stuff we're starting to do on this one here. This is the other place we could, especially since this is, again, in front of this, we need to carry a little bit more of this cooler blue all the way down here. That's more like it. Especially, I mean, we have this light here, so that should probably stand out too. Let me see if I can't get some more of our quick dry white going there. So actually, I do have a Dark Sword episode, Wolf Parable, where we paint. Actually, it's this one. Well, it's this one right here, yeah. So it's Schmandorf right here. So I actually paint him. The first 45 minutes, 47 minutes is just in the black and white. The palette is in color, but he is actually painted in film noir mode. And you just kind of have to, I don't want to say guess what the colors are, but you have to kind of guess what he's like based on what the palette looks like and what I'm saying is happening. And that was kind of an interesting one. I think we'll have to do another one like that again. So now I'm going to try and get some very light light, some of them in the trees here, scattered around. Hey, Trashorama, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I still can't believe that yet another one, huh? That is crazy. There's got to be some people that are saying, please, no, no more, at least not for a while. So I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday. Again, just trying to sneak around a couple of these lights in a few places. Yeah, the steelhead, it's that whole kind of Lothlorien, right? All the glow from within. Now we can really hit some of our lightest glow in here. We haven't done that yet. We're just now getting into some of the lightest glow. And of course, we have all these subtle cooler colors that are grayed down. Here we have the warmer colors. The warmer colors come forward. They're also a little bit more intense. These colors, they recede, but it's not quite as dramatic as far as the different and some of the other ones that we've done. Think of all the Osgiliath landscape that we did, where there, the vast majority of the contrast just came from edges. There wasn't really anything that was all that warm. There wasn't anything that was really all that cool of a color. Most of the contrast just came from edges. Soft edges, hard edges. Well, I'm trying to think of what rivers actually run through Lothlorien. Boy, those corsairs would really be getting around if they could get all the way to Lothlorien. Those would be some magical boats right there for sure. And I'm just wondering where all this light is. Where'd they get all the lights here? That must be quite the electric bill here in Lothlorien. Either that or they've got quite a bit of candles here. Let's see. Okay, well, thanks, Flamingo. Yeah, and typically the normal stream days are, well, we should be streaming tomorrow. Also, Monday and Friday, those are also normal stream days for us. So, Flamingo, thank you so much. And now we do have more Armada ships ready for our Armada Mondays here. There we go. So we'll probably, most likely, be painting another one of our Armada ships. And of course, we've got the Dark Elves. I don't think I have the painted one up here. What are they called? Twilight Kin, that's it. So Grim insists that this is they actually make lamp black here. I think, well, they probably don't make black spinel. That is quite the opaque and dark black for sure. Here, I'm gonna pop in a couple of more of my lights along here and maybe some there. Let's see if we can't backlight the trees right here. Just a little smidge. And I might even, on this, I don't know, I just need to, which way do we want to go with this? Might need to make an adjustment there. I might just do something like that, which is also going to bring some of this forward. Yeah, I think we might even do the same maybe on this one up here. Like that. Couple of these. Yeah, I think that helps. I might come back now with some darker leaves. We did our lighter ones. Let's see what we can do here with maybe some of the asphaltum and the Van Dyke brown here. Okay, not too much. This right here, I'm just putting some leaves in front of this because it was too hard to figure out what in the world was supposed to be happening there. So I just said, the heck with it. We'll just throw some leaves in front of it, and that'll be it. Can almost even get a little bit more texture on that branch of that malware tree. continuing with that little bit of the Van Dyke brown, but throwing in some of the a little bit of our kind of reddish brown. Now, gosh, when's the last time I used quinacridone golden brown? It's been a while. Now, once we realized just how much that stuff cost, we didn't quite throw it around quite so much. And actually kind of didn't really use it because that's just going to be too expensive for the vast majority of people. So if you're wondering why you haven't really seen too much of the quinacridone golden brown, it's just that's mighty pricey for folks. Actually, I shall return in just a second here. I just want to see kind of what situation we got going on outside. So I shall be right back. Don't go away. Hey, Drax. So Drax, I hope that you're doing good. Let's see. And so Drax, how did things go as far as production this week? Sorry I didn't get a chance to hang out in the Wednesday stream too much. And if everybody could please give Drax a follow, that would be sensational. Drax usually going to be streaming between Sunday and Wednesday.
Who enters my domain?
And we got the raid from Luxembourg. Luxembourg, how you doing? And well, I guess another thing, if folks could please give Luxembourg a follow, that would be sensational too. So you're able to get to the Camelot minis. So, as just overall, as far as putting those Camelot minis together, I would just say it was just kind of the usual, a little slightly more painful than usual, or just kind of, well, as painful as it usually is. So I'm glad that you're doing well there at Luxembourg. I know you just finished your stream, so you're really not going to have pictures of what you were working on. I know I wouldn't. But if you do have some work in progress type things, you want to toss it into the chat, go right ahead. Oh, actually, so Grim, if you want to throw your Discord link and such to the oils group and your intro vids there. I think it's been a little while since we last posted those. Oh, thanks, Squeeze. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to see if I can't put a little bit of the background leaves in here. So we're going to grab a little bit more of our turquoise here. Yeah. So kind of what we've been doing here with the darker versions, but a little more of a mid-tone here. And I might even get right there because I want that edge to show it more. The only way I can make it as light as I want. If the color's not dark enough behind it, ain't gonna matter. You're painting a devil fruit for one piece. So yeah, again, Luxembourg, if you got some work in progress, Insta or something like that, and you want to show folks what you were doing, that would be sensational. It's interesting. See here, because it's a little bit lighter, Unlike over here where there's barely a difference in between the darkness and this. Up here it makes a little difference. Might even think about casting a few little bits of the yellowish glow onto these leaves here. So we'll probably hit those next. Now typically we're painting miniatures here. That's the usual thing, and well, tomorrow we'll be painting miniatures again. But it's kind of fun to do these landscapes of Middle Earth and use the same oil paints, the same brushes. Just the miniatures are a wee bit flatter. That is quite a flat miniature right there. You really don't have to worry so much about mold lines on this thing. Not a big mold line concern, that's for sure. Maybe that could just end up being too light. Let's see what happens with this. Back to our 25-cent craft brush, of course. Not going to go too heavy on these, but just a smidge here. Something like that, perhaps. Just a hint of that color expanded up this way. So the Indian yellow, some of the white, in a way, it's I don't really want to call it the poor man's cadmium yellow, but I mean it could be less pricey than regular cadmium yellow. Yeah, I like to have the idea of having a little bit of this here. Now this stuff, we really got to figure out what's going on here. Where's my 18-0? You're around here somewheres. Let's grab one of you. Is that the 18? There's the 18-0. Let's see if we can clean up some of this right here. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what shape we wanted this to be, and we've kind of not quite sure I want to have that really dark color on the outside edge of that. So I'm gonna go back over here to the turquoise, and we're gonna cut away some of that. So we made kind of the change down here. We're sort of changing things up here now, I think, a little bit. Just as I see it compared to everything else, is that, well, you know what, maybe now that I've done some of these overhangs and such, it changes my mind about what I wanted to do on this. Go back to my darks again. And I think maybe this is going to make a little more sense. Because as I look at this, I say, oh, I think I know what was supposed to happen here now. It's really, really, really difficult to tell from just my reference there. Because there's obviously some things going on the inside of the structure. Couldn't quite tell what they were supposed to be. I got a little bit of Terra Rosa in there instead of just only, say, the Van Dyke Brown or whatever. So something a little bit more than just a darker brown. I'm also going to maybe make that one part a bit thicker. Maybe bring in some more of my lighter yellowish white. See if we can't maybe make that more of a circle. Shape got a little funky there. That's better. So Luxembourg has posted the link to the Discord there. So if everyone could please go check out what Luxembourg posted to the Discord, that would be fabulous. Well, Drax, I guess that leads to the next question is then, well, what is on tap? What's on the menu for this coming week then? And again, Drax will be starting up the next batch of streams this coming Sunday night. I think I'm gonna see what happens if I can do this. Again, trying to match a little bit what we've done here. Some of these areas. Uh, might even throw a little bit of a, yeah, some light up on top of this too. This, I'm gonna go over this way here with some of the, as much as I like the darker colors here, I think I need to have some light. Maybe even a smidge more. This is the radiant blue, so that's almost got a little bit of a purple tone to it, a little bit of a purple edge, whereas the turquoise very much, it's got that nice little bit of a greenish tint to it. We've utilized that a lot. So back to some infinity for next week. And since it is, well, it's almost midnight there. So for Queez and Meg, thank you so much, Queez and Megan, for the bitses and all of the good work with the links and such. That is much appreciated. Again, it won't be too much longer before Armored Wolf is, well, hopefully if he's still in one piece. I guess that's the big if. Will Armored Wolf still be in one piece? Well, Luxembourg, it really is just just doing it right, just doing it, just practicing. The more you do the stuff.
So say we all.
Well, there's Queez on the way out. Thank you so much, and Gurney Man, thank you so much, Gurney Man, for the follow. Sorry that I have the follow alerts turned off. Here, let's see if we can get a little bit of a Gandalf. This is hello, little hobbits. Wait a minute, wrong Gandalf. So I guess it's gonna have to be this Gandalf, maybe. It's like, no, wasn't I dead before then? I don't remember. That's what happens when you get dead. Mega, no, it is appreciated. It really is. Uh, Kathy actually suggested that, I'd throw out a few more moderation things there. So I think we'll have to do that over the next month or so.
So say we all. So say we all.
Now, speaking of M-Tellies, there's M-Tellies. M-Tellies, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the sub. That's appreciated. We were just talking about, I saw your post there, your Instagram. And hopefully you got some fun new stuff. And thank you so much for 8 months of subbing there. As always, that is appreciated. Let's see if we can't... Okay, there we go. This has to really go down past to connect to this lower edge here. Really does. I'll just take my hand there. Sometimes I just have to do something like that, right? So M-Toys, I guess you guys have yourself another sort of a hobby weekend coming up at the new Hobby Lobby, aka Landrast. I'm gonna see if I can do more of the well, stringy things right here. We won't call them dangly bits. We'll just call them little stringy things, little Spanish moss. Put some maybe even out here on some of the branches. Maybe even off of some of this too. What the heck? And now these guys. Yeah, that one light right there is not going to do very much. I'm just going to have that go right through it. Hanging out with him and the rest of the guys. That's very cool. Getting hopefully lots and lots of quality hobby stuff done. Where did my blending brush? There you are. There you are. See that? Look, any brush can be a blending brush, even a monstrosity like that. Because, why not? And you got some Baratheons to paint now. Gosh, they have like a bazillion units. Seems like there's more Baratheon units than there are Lannister units, which is weird because there used to be a million Lannister units. But you got what? Is there two types of cavalry now? Plus you've got, well, let's see, Sentinels and Wardens and Kingsmen, and you got the Raylor Faithful. Well, you've got Baratheons have a lot of stuff. Now I don't know how big of an army you've got to paint, but I guess you got yourself a lot of Baratheons you got to paint. I'm glad that you're able to utilize those. Oh gosh, I do wish I had the oil paint though for when I was doing some of those earlier batches. Of course, it was fine doing them in acrylics, but boy, having things like the indigo and the Egyptian violet and such, whoa, it was really nice having those. And ironically enough, we did some of those same kind of mixes on that one Kitsune figure. I'm going to go back over here. Indian yellow. Where's that Terra Rosa? I'm going to change this around a little bit maybe. I don't want to get too much dark in here and sort of mess up the light effect there, but it's a little bit of color intensity we're trying to get into there too. So we'll take a look at our lizard men, which, is it Archvillain or is it Titan Forge that has the lizard men that I want to? I think it might be Archvillain that has the lizard men that we have to print up because I think that'll be very, very, very fun. So here, let's scroll on up to our lizards. Here we go. So there's a lot of scratch sculpting there. And I mean a lot of scratch sculpting. Actually, some of that, well, all that terrain that you see that they're standing on, that's all in videos too. That sort of the rocks and everything, and just that the column, the pillar, all of that stuff is actually also videos on the Patreon page. We also sculpted our wee little baby Babo, and of course Sticky Wicket here. I actually painted that at Games Day in 2009. I was just using miniature paint. I basically had a piece of illustration board and some miniature paint, and we painted that. And of course, here's some more of this is our display board that we made. We also used that as a terrain piece in in a big campaign. Now I'm looking, where's my Croak diorama? Oh, there he is. Nope, that's not him. Let me see if I can find that Croak diorama. This is something we sculpted a long, long, long time ago. There he is. Boom. That is something that's just made out of Sculpey. And of course, this is another part of that Lizardman army. That was quite the conversion because that's a metal Carnosaur. That's all metal right there. And the wings are not part of the Carnosaur. We added those. They were just the old style plastic wings. Thanks, thanks, Pendrake. I always kind of wonder, well, what should I call those? Well, we can always call them serpent pillars. So, Pendrake, I hope that you're doing well. I might just throw in a little bit more of the, again, a hint of that Terra Rosa out here. It's basically what I'm trying to do is make it look like there's a bit of an interior here instead of it's all just illuminated completely from the inside. And we'll get a couple of bits of that same sort of orangey color on some of these leaves out here. It can't all just be the same sort of yellow color on the leaves. Might need some of that same, and it's not really a bright orange. It's basically an amber type of a color. It's really more amber than anything else. So I think with that darker tone added, maybe I can come back in here. Brilliant yellow pale, a hint of the brilliant yellow pale perhaps. Ah, that's a little too thick right there. And we'll lighten up a smidge of this. It does sort of, I guess, at least from the references that I'm looking at, it kind of has its own internal light source there. Try and lighten up this bit right there. Maybe even a little bit along here. Like the yellow light is being cast on well, whatever shapes these guys are right here. I might lighten up a couple of these in our background here. And then maybe even make it look like there's supposed to be these on both sides of the little bridge, right? So I'm going to try and make it look like we've got those in between. We need to sort of do a similar thing down here. So by doing this, we're using our 18-0. Yep, that's our 18-0. Those are the liner brushes that we discovered, which really can just, I don't think they can take an infinite beating, but they can really, they last quite a while. And they're just synthetic brushes. I believe they're usually in between, say, $4.40 and $4.80, so less than $5. Now I got these on Tick Blick. Other folks have found them at Michael's, I believe, and possibly even some other craft stores too. All right, that starts to match up with what's going on down here. Gonna put a little smidge of this lighter yellow out here. Maybe closer to the, yeah. All right, it does need to look like it's part of this. More of this same light color. I would like to, if I can, put that right underneath here. Looks like I can do that, get away with it. Maybe even a couple of lights right here on this. Remember how flat I originally did those, and I'd pretty much wipe those out and kind of go back to the beginning on that. I'll come back up here and once again see what we can do cleanup wise on some of these elements here. I think I'm gonna go back to our sort of a Terra Rosa-ish type color. And just sort of flatten that out. Kind of like what we have going on in these parts of the, not quite, really more of a dormer. I mean, that's what they look like. They look like dormers. Maybe that's not exactly what they are. Oh, let's grab some of the Prussian blue. This is how we used to do the turquoise before there was the radiant turquoise. We used to just take Prussian blue and mix it usually with something like brilliant yellow pale, and then say that that was our lighter turquoise color. I'm going to simplify something here. There was a bunch of my leaves here. I don't know, maybe I need to, that's what I think I might just do. I'm going to go back to this brush here. Much like we put the leaves over the top of this, I think I might want to get some leaves over the top of this now, some of those darker leaves. Only one way to know for sure if that's going to work. Give it a shot. Here we've still got some of that pearline black. That's that really dark green. And we'll just have that go over the top of this, I think. Not completely, but just a little, like maybe there's a branch hanging over this somehow. Because I think this being leaf free is okay. Maybe that, just have, again, a canopy hanging over the top of that. That branch, I'm going to actually have to lighten that up just a bit there so that that branch can come in front of it. We have to do the same on this branch. That might be a little too light there. Yeah, okay, that's better. Got a little too light, a little too fast. Same with that. Much better. And I might also think about sneaking in a little bit of, I don't want to say bark texture, but something besides a big old flat dark color there. So we got some of our mid-tone on that. Let's see if we can go really, 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 really dark in that corner. Indigo and the Van Dyke brown should do the trick. Something like that. Okay, now that looks like there's an actual branch there. Before it just looked like, was this a branch in front of that tree? This like whatever. Wasn't sure what was going on with that. And here I might just do a little more of our close-up leaves. Not too much of that. Let's make sure we don't get too close to where this bridge is now. The way they had it, there was some other type of decoration out on the end of this. I think we'll forego that. I might put one more extension of our railing out there. And I don't know, maybe we'll go with another one here. We won't have it catching any sort of light. But maybe that should do it there. And not much more. Okay, I'm gonna grab this and see if I can, on a couple of these lights here, I would like to see I've got my Prussian blue here mixed with this white. A little more Prussian blue, something like this. Let's see what happens. I think I can make that blue step. It was mixing with the background color, which was just really darkening and making that very dingy looking. That is much better. I just needed another round. That's all. Just needed another round. Let's try this again. A couple of these other ones out here. I mean, I suppose the far background could have been maybe a smidge darker. These would show up more, but then these aren't really the most important elements here. Nice to have them, but not super important. So again, we'll put this around here. Might have to take a blending brush in a little bit. I mean, just to fade it like that. And maybe the same thing over here. That's all. Just a little bit like that. Doesn't take very much. So maybe some more of this light blue right over here too. Okay. Back to that Prussian blue. It's got a little bit of the white in there. Yeah, I think because it had already kind of done its thing and it mixed with what's back there. Now when I put this there, I get a little bit more of a pure color to it. Yeah, it starts to look a little bit more like an actual glow. And now I can kind of come at that with the blending brush, and that gets a little bit softer. I'll do the same on this one here. I won't lighten these leaves too much. I'm going to get a couple of small little, again, indications of some small leaves, something that has maybe a bit of light cast on it, just like this one here, casting maybe some light onto these leaves, which lightens up this set of leaves, which brings it in front of that big trunk, which creates a little extra bit of separation there. Foreground, middle ground, background. As we welcome in Dano. Dano, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that things have been working out. I know that, oh gosh, what was the thing we were trying to help you solve last time around? Hopefully, everything's been going well painting-wise too. We always hope for that. Thanks, Dano. Yeah, this one, I knew this was going to be kind of an interesting one right here with, you got that sort of subtle pinkish glow, you got the turquoises here, and then you got all of these yellows right there. Now, here we had obviously that stark tower. Here we've got all of the inner glow from our Lothlorien buildings there, if you want to call them buildings. And I've also been just showing a link to an old terrain project that I did way back in 2004, 2005. Very much a Lothlorien inspired piece. Maybe I can make those either lighter or something. No. See, if I make those any darker, they'll just be at the same level as this. So we'll have to leave that alone, at least as far as making it darker. Let's see what happens when we add just a smidge of light to it. So hopefully you like the floral pigments. Now, I will say you're probably going to want to, kind of keep stirring those, or, just don't let them sit too long. You'll want to stir those and possibly even just stir them up by hand even. But I'm glad that the printing is going well. We've certainly been doing a lot of that here. Just, well, still nowhere even near caught up. Not even close. We're trying to get there. Hopefully we can. It's going to take months for us to really get caught up. I mean, we never really will because, well, you know how it is with the 3D printing. There's always something new to print. It never fails. There's always some new fantastic file. Actually, I just got a bunch of the Medbury miniatures files. Just last night was much more busy night than I expected, and we ended up with a whole bunch of the Medbury miniatures. So I was trying to transfer those. We printed up some, and just like Landra says, the printing goes ever on. I mean, it's a clever name for, obviously what it's supposed to stand for, but boy, it really it is true. When are you ever actually done printing? Pretty much never. And like Mtoe says, and on and on and on and on, for sure. I want to see if I can break this down. A little bit of a highlight on here, but break that down at even more of a bark texture right there. See if we can do that. So the printer is fixed and the FEP is replaced. Oh, and updated the stupid firmware. Now I got 3 ogres, 5 spiders, and an ogre magi, and a whole bunch of Vikings waited to be painted. Well, actually, Dano, that's fantastic that those are actually printed up. Again, I know that none of that stuff is fun to deal with. It can really be quite the pain. And the whole firmware thing, that is just, ugh, that's nuts. Well, heck, I don't know if you also had to update the whole Chidu box thing too and go to the, was that the 9.0 or whatever that is? Do I want to add a couple of more small branches in the background? Possibly here. So it's our wee little liner brush for maybe in some of the distant background here, throwing in some extra branches maybe. Just kind of coming off of some of these, the larger branches. These spindly things right here. Well, there are spindly, that's for sure. Won't make these too much more solid. As soon as these start to become too solid, this sort of nukes that whole, like this stuff just floating in the trees. Now, since going back to Cheeto Box for slicing, I haven't had some of the issues I was having. Oh, that's good, Dano. That's good news, too. I mean, is everything, exactly the way I would want it to be with the printing stuff that I'm doing? No, there's other kind of odd things that I'm still trying to get figured out yet. But since the vast majority of it is just, it's at least enough for what I need. I don't, it's not something that I have to do to sell. It's just something I need for painting. That's it. Okay, this one out here, uh, I'm going to make that darker so that that branch goes a bit further in the background. And this, I need to almost make it look like it's lit from above instead of just all around it. Need to make that look more like it's a dormer instead of just a yellow outline around. I don't know if we can do that, but I'm going to try with this red. No, I don't think, yeah, it's just we're kind of looking right at it. This I'm going to have to cut down some of the light colors behind it, I think. Like that, I guess. It is never simple, right, Dano? There is always some kind of weird complication. Now, of course, when I see on some of the 3D groups what other people are having happening to them when it comes to printing, I say, well, I can definitely deal with the minor inconveniences, but there's some folks that are just having some really crazy things happening. Now, maybe it is something that they're doing, or maybe it's just the climate or whatever. I still think that that can have a big impact on printing. You know what? What the heck? I might just let a little bit of that yellow cast its way onto the roof line there. That brings that actually makes that go to the background. That makes this come forward. So I like that idea. We'll do the same over here. But you just 3D printing. Now I know that is maybe what does keep some folks from utilizing it, because kind of all they ever hear all they ever hear is those of us kind of talking about all the crazy things that can happen with it. But then that kind of can all happen with regular resin casts. That's why another reason why I love the 3D printing, because what happens with the regular resin casting just makes it kind of unbearable in some ways. It's kind of hard to even look at regular resin cast miniatures anymore. Also, we've been able to find a locally made oil paint. That's so Langridge is the brand. Yeah, Dano, I can only imagine if it's, well, if it's really, really, really warm there. Now, I'm just determined I'm not going to really print when it is warm. If it's warm out, I'm just not going to do that. We'll just, we'll do something else instead, because I just don't think it works for whatever reason. And I was very surprised, but it just seems like the printers prefer actually cooler weather, if anything. Now, I get where I have the printer and stuff. And this is not unusual for other folks. There's no air conditioning by it, so if it's going to get warm, it's going to get really warm. And so again, I don't want to lose some of the bluish tones that are on that roof line, but I think a little bit of the yellow reflected light is very handy. Uh, Maybe that might be too much. I'm going to see if I can cut down on some of that. The yellow cast light here. See what happens with that. Maybe even on this one too. Just try and even that out a bit. Now, once you get into, it's weird to have geometric shapes yet with all the organic stuff. As organic as that stuff is, it's still got some kind of a mechanical edge to it. So it's resin made locally. So maybe it can tolerate the warmth, also a bit more on the cold side. Yeah, it was funny with everything that I had always heard and was told about the whole 3D printing stuff, is that you want it to be warmer, 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 and it turned out to be actually the cooler it was, the more successful it was. I've got this Prussian blue here. We'll do the same thing to kind of reestablish our highlights in this. Just again trying to figure out what do we want to have for these crazy shapes here. Let's see, temperature range ought to be in technical specification sheet for each specific resin. It's just so strange. I've had the same printer. I've had 3 different people tell me 3 wildly different things, and some of them even use the same resins, and still very different results. But then, if you ever had a business where you relied on an Epson printer to make your art prints, we just call it the Epson Printer Survival Group, because those Epson printers, they would just do things that were inexplicable. There was no mechanical reason why any of those things should happen. Now, of course, last year when it came to the cooler weather, there were precautions taken as I had a little bit more of my lighter color behind some of these leaves. I didn't just let, oh, it's 50 degrees down in the basement or 56 degrees or whatever, let's just print. No, we were a little more cautious than that. But it seemed like that little space heater did quite the trick. I don't know if I want to get any lighter there. I'm probably going to put some darker leaves in front of this. Where's my... We need this one here. Again, some indigo. Definitely some Van Dyke brown. Okay, now I feel like there's really some leaves in front of that. Yeah, I think that was well, that was the thing. It was starting to push the over 85, that's for sure. Keeping it in the 70 range, that I can do even when it is cold down there between the humidifier and that little heater. But once it gets to be the kind of hot that it was here, there ain't nothing I can do about that. Uh, Maybe let this come down. Now, okay, I don't want those to be too solid there. So looking at that, that's looking kind of on the solid side. This right here, whatever, we'll just leave that there. And I also don't want these to just end up being giant masses of leaves, right? So that, remember what we had done on this, on the trees over here. We couldn't just have them be solid masses of leaves. So we'll come back with some of this again as the turquoise. And we'll break that up ever so slightly here. Like so. Yeah, like I said, with the basement, no air conditioning down there. You can put a fan there. That's not really gonna take down that temperature much. So I think we'll just have to abandon. Well, at least if it's really hot in the summer, we'll just have to say, well, we're not printing. We're going to bring in a little more of our turquoise. I think maybe all the way up to the edge here, just like we see. We didn't just wall off the edge right here. I also got to make sure we don't do that up here. So we have to create an open space up here somewhere. Maybe a couple of open spaces, maybe something over here too. I mean, as much as I like the idea of the canopy there, again, we have to open that up a little bit. Might even open this up a bit more down here, actually, now that I think about it. Something a bit like this. Yeah. So again, opening that up there, opening some of these up here. Where's that? Here's that radiant turquoise again. Fill in that area a little bit more again to open that up. Just slightly, that's it. Can leave some of these, maybe we'll lighten up or open up an area here too. Again, it's a way for the eye to kind of work its way in or out of the image. That's a little bit too much of a solid dark. We will break that up a little bit too. And again, utilizing that 27-cent craft brush or however much sales tax happens to be where you live. Could make it less, could make it more. Probably going to make it less. And we'll do a bit more here. I'm just going to add a little more of sort of a dark middle tone there. I don't want those to be dark masses of leaves. That's what it was starting to verge on, was big old dark masses of leaves, and don't want that. And you see we got the leaves going in every which direction, right? Just like we did. Now, same thing with our Rivendell, same thing with our Isengard. Leaves going kind of every which direction there. It was welcome in Orchrist Studios. Orchrist, I hope that you're doing well. And well, it's almost Saturday. Well, it's Saturday on the East Coast. It's almost Saturday here. West Coasters, well, you got a little ways to go yet. For our Aussie friends, they are already there. I'm actually going to darken this area down a little bit more. It's a little tricky because we have a lot of stuff still kind of going on in this area, but something maybe. I like the idea of maybe making that a little darker. And then these lights might show up more. I think I also can just maybe grab some of my straight up white and see if we can't put some of those out there too. So Orchrist, again, I hope that things are going okay. And I know you got lots of those big guys that you're painting too. Hopefully those have been going well. Now we've got ourselves back to our much lighter white here. Let's bring out some light. Maybe don't want these to be too light. Again, they'll sort of compete with the ones that we've got down here. Now, maybe just around where we've got those lights there. So 12:35 a.m. Yeah, Orchrist. Well, we had a very late night, and then, well, the early wake-up call was not unexpected. That was pretty much anticipated. What was not anticipated was some of the activities that happened after that early wake-up call, which led to no returning to sleep. So that was another reason why we've kind of had some brain freezes here. Also, we had to do basically a speed painting competition thing earlier today on the Gen Con, whatever, Gen Con Twitch channel. We did this thing. We had, an hour to paint that or whatever. Okay, well, let a couple more of our lights work their way onto some of these branches, I think. Pushing it, maybe, but why not? But yeah, hopefully I know that you've been kind of working away at those. Also, now I'm going to bring a couple of more of my really bright, but now here there's just kind of a big old open space there. We either have to do something like this. We'll add a lighter color there, nothing really happened. So nothing happened there. Oh, here, let's just grab some of the Indian yellow, touch of that Terra Rosa, and we'll go back to that sort of amber color again. It's relatively thin down, but it's sort of like a series of stairs here, actually, which is interesting. And see, that is going to look later if I do this. Where the heck is, there it is. Look at, so the darker that becomes, look at how light that's going to be. And we're going to do the same over here too. Uh, it's a weird version of you must have dark to show light, but all of a sudden that little light there starts to shine because we give it a chance. We just weren't giving it much of a chance in these other places. So MTOE's, I guess it was a privateer press figure. Everybody had to do privateer press. And the crazy thing about this is that all the miniatures had to be prime black. There was no other, it just had to be prime black. So this is with the oils painted over black. And again, we had basically less than an hour to paint that, maybe 50 minutes in reality. So MTOE's, I know someone had said what it was the Gen Con, oh gosh, can't remember what it was called. It's whatever the Gen Con Twitch channel is. I think it's Gen Con Central or something like that. Their Twitch channel, where that was broadcast on. So Orcris picked up an old oil painting book. Orcris, you'll have to, well, you have to let me know what kind of interesting little tidbits that you find in there. So here's another case, I think, where I'm going to also darken that down a bit. Also, it's warm. It's, well, here. I mean, this will show just how much warmer that is than everything else around it because the value is no different. Look at this. This is very compressed value-wise. Now, this doesn't look all that bright. It does when we do this. Why does it look brighter? It's because of the intensity of those colors, not intense colors around it. So from the Grumbacher Library, The Art of Oil Painting. Well, it's semi-modern. Wow, I'm glad that you're able to pick that up, Orchrist, and well, I'm sure there's going to be all kinds of really nifty info in there for you. So yeah, MTOE's, yeah, I don't know when something like a Gen Con is going to be in the works again. Obviously, well, we're supposed to be doing Adepticon next year. We shall hopefully that works out. Gen Con is just difficult even under regular circumstances because, well, you're in that gigantic vendor hall and I'm fighting against the loudspeaker guy and all of the other noise that's going on there. And of course, if I was doing Gen Con, I wouldn't be able to do oil painting there either because, well, I'm working in the Badger booth. So it will all be Badger's stuff and it'll all just be airbrushing stuff. All right, this these shapes got a little wacky here. We're going to straighten that out. We're also going to straighten out this one too. And then maybe even this. Yeah. That also got a little wacky. So MTLE's going to a Diptychon. Now, a Diptychon, yeah, well, there we have the Fort Wapple. Ironically enough, it was getting mighty loud there. However, there was the late night hours. It was Fort Wapple after dark, way after dark, because it was quite in the wee hours of the morning, and we had quite the little club going on there, at least the last year or two, especially the last year. That was quite the little late night paint club going on there. And Orchrist is, you were able to, now did you score the Renaissance Hotel, or I know, I guess, well, I'm sure there's other satellite hotels, but I guess there's going to be events at another hotel. Let's see. So yeah, Grim, well, virtual WappleCon. I would really love that. With Useless Wizard. Yeah, it was nice because it was a little more chill, right? It wasn't quite. There were still people there. It was nice to have people there, but it was also a little bit quieter, wasn't it? Not quite so raucous, and we could just sort of hang out and talk, and even if we weren't necessarily right next to each other, so that was really cool. Yeah, or Chris. Oh my gosh, that was the whatever it was where they had pizza and they did not have quite the crowd that they thought they were going to have. And they brought it out to Fort Wapple, and it was like, well, this either gets thrown out or it gets eaten. And I think I ate about 2 days worth of pizza just that one evening there. Wow, this color looks so light here, and then I just saw it next to the white, and that is just unbelievably dark. My goodness, is that dark? But it's all relative. It's next to something that actually is really dark. Looks very different. Now I'm going to try and tighten up a couple of edges right here, and then maybe even something that could resemble some tree bark there, which we're going to soften up here with a, again, this is the Princeton. Yeah, or Krista, I mean, there wasn't just one pizza, right? There was at least 3 of them, maybe 4. There might have been more than that. Okay, this, do we want to soften the edges of that? I don't know. Let's take this here, and we will just very gently go over it. That's actually like the original, well, if you want to call it pre-glaze, yeah, that's still some of the original stuff that we put on here hours ago. Again, going to soften some of that up. And now I'm going to soften up some of these too. And I mean, you can see there's barely any paint on this brush. It's really just a dry brush. So that was incredible. I think we were eating pizza for hours, if I remember right. We kind of initially grabbed some of those pieces, and then I think hours later I was still grabbing more of those. But that's, well, that's kind of the convention. Actually, I think we might have even said, here, take this box and take it to your room or something. There might have been that much of it sitting around there. Oh, that's right. They were in one of the boardroom things or whatever. But there were still people munching on that pizza at 3 or 4 in the morning. I'll be curious to see what happens now that there's events at other venue. Well, that other venue now. I don't know how far away. That's just in the same parking lot or whatever. I think it was just last weekend they had there was a staff meeting, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, it won't be a vendor hall. I think it's, well, basically things like bolt action, probably historical tournaments. Your smaller tournaments are going to be over there. So yeah, all this whatever they would consider a smaller tournament's going to be over there, and whatever the other venue is, all of the classes and stuff, that's still going to be, well, in that one area where all the classes are taught. Yeah, so historical games, I figure that's where that's where things like bolt action, flames of, well, if they're doing a Flames of War tournament, that's probably where those things get sent off to. Um, I'm gonna go back to the turquoise here real quick. So this right, that's awful solid dark right there. I think we want to maybe lighten this up just somehow here. Maybe something like that. And then maybe even let a hint of yellow light touch it in a couple of spots. There we go. So yeah, I think, gosh, I know then there was, I think there was even some sculpting going on down there. Pretty sure we had pretty much the late night painting slash sculpting club down there. Yeah, I know that. Well, useless. He was at the one at the end of the one table there, or at the end of the group of tables. So at the Wyndham Garden, is that one of those things that I'm guessing it's not in walking distance, or is it in walking distance? Now, of course, walking distance at Adepticon is relative because potential 50-mile-an-hour winds and, well, snow and other possible things. So that always does kind of change the parameter of what is walking distance. So a 5-minute walk from the hotel behind the parking lot. Wow, that's I didn't even know there was one there. I wonder if that's a newer structure that just wasn't there before, or they're more willing to open their doors to Adepticon than in past years. Now here, another change is being made. See what's happening there. Where I looked at these dormer things. I'm like, what am I doing here? That just was not right. Now I'm liking the look of this a whole lot better. So a 45-minute walking distance. That's a strolling distance right there. And again, when you get into the snow and some of the other things right there, it's always nice to be at least within parking lot range. And we got Aaron Bainal in there too. So Aaron Bainal, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. We're sort of getting caught up again on our Landscapes of Middle Earth because, well, last night I wasn't able to do my usual stream. So now we're just trying to get things caught up here a bit. And again, I hope that you are doing well. Gosh, as I'm doing this, I was just about to say, I don't know if it's Men of the West or which of those channels, History of the Age. I think it's maybe Men of the West or something. And I was just about to say, and I hope that you're doing well, no matter where you are in Middle Earth, because that's their greeting. And just I was about to do that again. So Aaron Badel, nice to see you. Wow, that's I'm trying to think what was the last lore video that I listened to. As we had just again, we're changing these around. Really like this better. Oh, that is. It looks so much more like an actual shape right there. I was just not looking like anything that was a shape before. It was just some kind of random whatever. All right, we're back to our. This is the Van Dyke brown. Little bit of the asphaltum to give it a bit of reddishness. Oh, thanks, Aaron Bano. Thank you so much. Let's tighten up that line there. So, yeah, just making adjustments along the way, like we've done up here, down here some changes, over here some changes. Let's see. Well, my Twitch anniversary that is in April, and we will be doing another. Well, we'll be doing another one of our Wapelius things. I think every April, every mid-April, we'll have to paint another Wapelius. So earlier today we had to do this. This was the Gen Con Aces of Painting competition thing, whatever. Boy, look at how it's amazing. This is the fluorescent oil paint, and it looks like it's dry. I mean, it is just it looks dry. It's amazing just how matte that stuff dries compared to the cadmium colors do. Wow. Yeah, so that looks a little bit more like what we have over here for sure. So, everybody, I hope that you had yourself a really fun, I almost said fun Saturday. It was a little bit of an up-tempo day to say the least. Uh, Last night also was more of an up-tempo evening. That's why we didn't get to do our usual stream. Not quite sure what it is we'll be doing tomorrow. Oh, we got the Scribbler. It says, Scribble, how you doing? Nice to see you back. Yeah, that was it was interesting doing that because, well, we had basically 50 minutes to paint that. I mean, there's technically, I guess, an hour, but because you were being interviewed at the same time, that needless to say, that kind of cuts into your actual painting time, especially when you're just grabbing miniatures and showing them like we do here. We did manage to drop a little bit of film noir on them as well. So Aaron Bale started the swatches. Yeah, Aaron Bale, what I'm starting to do or wanting to do even more of is this kind of stuff here, these comparisons. One color next to another mixed with the same color. I think I need to do more and more of those. Yeah, and of course, the other kicker was that everybody had to prime them black. There was no other color of primer that you could use. They could only be prime black. So, and that is not something we use with the oils, right? I think there was one time, once or twice, I experimented with using, when I still had it, the ebony primer from Badger, which is essentially a kind of a dark neutral brown. Think of it almost like Van Dyke brown, but not quite as dark as Van Dyke brown. But yeah, that was on black primer, and pretty much most of the time spent talking or well, we did puppet shows. We also did puppet shows because puppet shows. Do I need to do some more darks over there? I'm gonna see if I can't get a little more dark around that little light there. I'm going to reinforce that edge because that's one of the most important edges that we got. Especially, well, speaking of film noir, when we do something like this right here and take that down, that edge becomes even more important because we don't have all of this. We don't have the warm versus cool. So no painting or the floral mixing. Now, Aaron Banel, I hope that the floral mixing goes well. There'll be some discoveries that you make along the way. I know for me, each one of those that I mixed was a little bit different. So that, you can always mix another batch too, right? If you mix one, you say, oh boy, I wish I maybe even threw a little bit of thinner into the mix as well as, or yeah, thinner as well as the linseed oil. You could always try another mix. You won't be using up the entire container of powders anyways. I know I certainly didn't. So I think it should be good. Boy, this right here, is that getting almost too heavy right there? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Also got to figure out what is going on with this thing here. I'm just going to play around with something right here along this edge. Well, what the heck? I'll just use the cadmium yellow and the brilliant yellow pale here. But I think it needs that, yeah. And maybe I will, for for the heck of it, see what happens if I throw a little bit of a yellow out there. That's just a tiny, tiny bit. I think we're good here. We'll just, again, kind of give the impression of some of the, whatever these things are that are hanging down. That needs to be, I think, maybe cleaned up a little bit more. Let's see if we can't just... What do we got on this? Not much. No, I want more of the turquoise on this. We're just gonna wipe a decent chunk of that away, simplify, come back in. Now that that's been sort of simplified a bit, let's come back to it with our lighter color here. Gotta make sure we've got this curved edge. See, on the purple, used about half the powder to fill the tiny bottle. Yeah, Arabino, what's interesting is that at first I was kind of wondering, man, did I, is this all kind of drying inside the container? No, I basically sometimes will stick a toothpick or whatever down inside the container and just physically stir it sometimes. And then it's in decent shape now. I still have to basically take a brush to take it out. It won't just squeeze out of the tube or squeeze out of my container, but I really don't care. Not that big a deal. All right, now here's another thing, is that there's just too much complexity that we are going to simplify this one too the same way. What the heck? I'm going to take this, we're going to simplify this. Didn't even necessarily wipe out everything that was there, but I'm glad it came out good enough to use, right? As long as it's good enough to use. I mean, that's all that matters. You're not looking to sell it or anything like that. You just need it to work. And yeah, we used our fluorescent paints for that, the speed painted thing for sure. I think the orange, the light orange, and also the yellow. Sometimes I forget about the fluorescent yellow, which is very fun. But I think what I actually might do is I'm going to see who else is. out and about and doing stuff here. Because believe it or not, we've actually been doing this for 5 hours and 15 minutes. And, well, Jinx is, it looks like she might be painting. Of course, after when our stream got zonked by a raid, I'm always a little bit hesitant. I don't want to raid and zonk her stream. But again, it was quite the, we're working on almost about 24 hours of really not much in the way of sleep here. And we still have to get things set up for tomorrow. So I will say thanks so much for still at every time I would raid her. Now, of course, we don't have quite the we don't have the 70, 80 plus viewers or something like that. But yeah, I tried to raid her and it would always zonk the stream. I think because she has a lot of graphics that happen. There's her dancing skeletons and all that sort of stuff that happens. So it's more liquidy than that, but you did get to mix it with Terra Rosa. Wow, that sounds pretty wild there, Aaron Banal. Actually, we're kind of using a little bit of that here, and it really does make quite the nice amber color for sure. Thanks again, Aaron Banal. Yeah, but like I said, I don't know exactly what we'll be painting tomorrow, but we'll find something that we can do. What the heck? I think I might just go Jinxed his way. So we've got our raid countdown underway here, and so it joins Isengard and some of our other landscapes of Middle Earth. So thanks again, everybody, for posting all the links and such. That is much appreciated. And who knows, maybe by Thursday, Armored Wolf can even join us. So thanks again, everybody.